is in your life's blueprint. This is the most important and crucial period of your lives, for what you do now and what you decide now at this age may well determine which way your life shall go. And whenever a building is constructed, you usually have an architect who draws a blueprint. And that blueprint serves as the pattern, as the guide, as the model for those who are to build the building. And a building is not well erected without a good, sound, and solid blueprint. And I want to suggest some of the things that should be in your life's blueprint. Number one in your life's blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Always feel that you count. Always feel that you have worth, and always feel that your life has ultimate significance. Secondly, in your life's blueprint, you must have as a basic principle the determination to achieve excellence in your various fields of endeavor. You're going to be deciding as the days and the years unfold what you will do in life, what your life's work will be. And once you discover what it will be, set out to do it and to do it well. And I say to you, my young friends, that doors are opening to each of you. Doors of opportunity are opening to each of you that were not open to your mothers and to your fathers. And the great challenge facing you is to be ready to enter these doors as they open. And so I would urge you to study hard, to burn the midnight oil. I would say to you, don't drop out of school, and I understand all of the sociological reasons why we often drop out of school. But I urge you, in spite of your economic plight, in spite of the situation that you are forced to live so often with intolerable conditions, stay in school. And when you discover what you're going to be in life, set out to do it as if God Almighty called you at this particular moment in history to do it. Set out to do a good job, and do that job so well that the living, the dead, or the unborn couldn't do it any better. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley. But be the best little scrub on the side of the rill. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it isn't by size that you win or you fail. Be the best of whatever you are. Finally, in your life's blueprint must be a commitment to the eternal principles of beauty, love, and justice. Don't allow anybody to pull you so low as to make you hate them. Don't allow anybody to cause you to lose your self-respect to the point that you do not struggle for justice. However young you are, you have a responsibility to seek to make your nation a better nation in which to live. You have a responsibility to seek to make life better for everybody. And so you must be involved in the struggle for freedom and justice. Now, in this struggle for freedom and justice, there are many constructive things that we all can do and that we all must do. And so our slogan must not be burn, baby, burn. It must be build, baby, build. Organize, baby, organize. Yes, our slogan must be learn, baby, learn, so that we can earn, baby, earn. And with a powerful commitment, I believe that we can transform dark yesterdays of injustice into bright tomorrows of justice and humanity. Let us keep going toward the goal of selfhood, toward the realization of the dream of brotherhood, and toward the realization of the dream of understanding goodwill. Let nobody stop us, but we must keep moving. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl, but by all means, keep moving.
Good morning. My name is Kenneth Braswell. I'm the CEO of Fathers Incorporated. And we want to welcome you this morning to the Blueprint 2, Code Blue. exploring the health and well-being of black fathers. And so it would be kind of ironic to see that I am sitting in what we call Rough Cuts. This is our barbershop that we do a lot of our filming out of. Barber on duty, man cave, you see all that great stuff behind me. We're excited this morning to bring you this town hall for the next few hours. We have a lot of great speakers, a lot of great presentations. We are excited about relaunching our Code Blue campaign to really narrow in on dealing with the mental health and well-being of fathers and dads and men, and more specifically here in Atlanta, black dads. Really trying to figure out how can we support them in ways that builds their capacity for self-care to be able to take care of not only themselves but their families as well. We're just excited all around, and we got so much in store for you this morning. But coming up in this 10 o'clock hour, we have a special presentation for you by our friend Dorsey Levens, former NFL Super Bowl champion for the Green Bay Packers. He will be having a fireside chat along with Mr. Lawrence Wilbon, who serves as our Director of Program and Business Development for Fathers Incorporated. So, and then right after them, what do we got next for you? I'm down here on my sheet here trying to make sure that you got everything that we're going to be doing. We're going to share with you an awareness video called Understanding Legitimation in Georgia and its Impact on Black Men and Parenting. And so the reason that we want to show this to you, because this is a law that stands here in the state of Georgia that is somewhat atypical of some of the policies that take place around the country as it relates to things like child support, custody, visitation, access, all of those kinds of things. But a nuance here in Georgia that is serving to be a situation that we have had to put more resources into dealing with. And we want to share it with you because this singular process has such an impact on the health and well-being of unmarried dads in Georgia that we wanted to talk to you about the process, but we also wanted you to hear from some of our dads. And I wanted you to hear how sometimes policy, procedures, societal culture, and all of those kinds of things as it relates to serving our fathers can have an impact on the mental health of our dads. And so those are the two things that you're going to see in the next couple of hours. Again, thank you so much for being with us. You are in the midst of the Blueprint 2, Code Blue, Exploring the Health and Well-Being of Black Fathers. Enjoy. Make sure you stay active in the chat. And beyond these presentations, we will be sharing our evaluation links. And so please make sure that you give us the feedback so that we know how to do better for you and how to make sure that we're giving you the information that you need to do the best work possible for the fathers you serve. Thank you so much. See you later.
Metro Atlanta, Fathers Incorporated wants to know where my dad's at, because we got you covered. If you need assistance with visitation, child support, or you just want to be a part of a brotherhood to support you in becoming the best dad you can be, then visit fatherhoodisbrotherhood.com and join the brotherhood today. No charge to join. Visit fatherhoodisbrotherhood.com or text Fatherhood is Brotherhood to 66866. Again, text Fatherhood is Brotherhood to 66866. And again, if you want more information, visit fatherhoodisbrotherhood.com or text Fatherhood is Brotherhood to 66866.
Look, we're back. Thank you so much for joining us for this next segment of the Blueprint 2. Again, I'm Lawrence Wilbon, and I'm with Fathers Incorporated, and I have the distinct honor to be able to lead part of this work around Black men mental health and the impacts that it has on us as Black men, and particularly around fathers as well. So Today, I have the distinct honor to have our esteemed guest with us. You know him from the NFL as an NFL former player, but we have Mr. Dorsey Levens with us, who has grabbed hold of something that I think will be transformational for all of us in our lives. And so we're going to have a brief conversation with him today, and he's going to share a few tips with us to help us stay strong in this fight, on our journey in this thing of life. So, Dorsey, thank you for joining us today.
Lawrence, thanks for having me, brother. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, look, we want to talk briefly. You're known for your work on the field, right, and known for all the many pursuits that you did on the field. But you're taking a different approach now, and you're really addressing some things that around mental health that I'm excited to talk about today. So, we've had a conversation before, and I understand that you're doing something around mindset training or mindfulness. Talk to me a little bit about how you got started with that kind of work.
So a few years ago, I had a speed and agility company training athletes to get better, better footwork, just better skills on whatever field they played on. And I always gave them inspirational quotes at the end of every workout. So one of my guys, a pro lacrosse player, he said, you and my mom should talk because y'all speak the same language. And I was like, what does your mom do? And he said, well, leadership development. And then initially I was like, nah, I'm just not interested in going into corporate boardrooms, suit and tie, putting on my best face, right? I'm like, nah. But his mom did go to Georgia Tech, where I went to school. So I went and met with her. Long story short, what she brought to the table was a lot different than what I thought she was going to bring. It hit on the head a lot of the mindfulness and the self-help work I've been doing really my whole life, the last 25, 30 years. But she had put it in a formula to help people kind of de-stress. So I started doing it, man, and it changed my life. So the program we had was geared toward corporate America. So I wanted to do something more toward the people that I know and the people that I could help. So that's why I got involved with it, man. And when I say it's been life-changing, I really can't express enough. I was on a call last night with a young lady who I took through the program, and she was elated. She was just like, I can't believe how much different I feel, So, man, it helped me so much. I just want to help other people.
Love it. I love it. So one of the things that we're aiming to do is demystify this whole thing around mental health and really making sure that we're mentally in check, right? And so I think, as something you said that kind of triggered that kind of thought about it is that you took some of the concepts that were, designed for in a boardroom, and you wanted to apply it to everyday folks and make it practical, right? And so, so I appreciate that. One thing I know about you is that you're a man of acronyms, right? And one of the acronyms that you've come up with is this acronym of WIN. Talk to us a little bit about WIN. What does that mean when we're talking about our mental health?
So usually when I start my program, the first thing I talk about is WIN, and it's an acronym for what's important now. And now is the key word, right? Because all we ever get is now. Life is just a string of nows. Even a lot of our issues as human beings, we worry about things that may or may not happen in the future, or we worry about things that we've done in the past. But whenever we do that stuff, we're doing it in the present moment, right? So first thing you got to do is be aware of where your mind is. Are you here right now, or are you in the future, or are you in the present? Second thing is decide what's important to you. I tell people to write down 3 to 5 things that are important to you. All right. And this is the first change in your life, because now your entire life is going to be focused on those 3 to 5 things. Right. A lot of people wonder why they can't get ahead or why they can't get where they want to get, because their focus is scattered. It's all over the place. Right. As Pat Riley says, the old coach of the Lakers and the general manager of the Heat, keep the main thing, right? Always keep your focus on the main thing. So the first thing we talk about is what's important to you, right? And what are you doing to secure or make sure everything that's important to you is good. You know, for guys like us, obviously it's our kids, right? So everything I do is for, not everything, because the first thing you got to do is take care of yourself, right? That's the first thing you got to do. If you can't take care of you, you can't take care of anybody else. But what's important is my kids. So my daughter's in college. That costs money, right? So you got to find ways to make money for college. I got a 7-year-old son. I want to make sure he's right and everything is good with him. So the most important thing is just keep the focus on what's important now. I have a quote sitting on my wall over here. And whenever I get distracted and I'm not focused, it says, I would rather be, and I say, put your BS excuse right here, than being the best person I can be. You know, and for me, my distraction, like a lot of people, is social media. You know, I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of time on there because I have the mindset where when I'm on there, I'm like, hey, that's enough. This is not going to help you get to where you need to be. Let's focus on what you want to do or what you want to be, and let's do that.
And I love that. And the fact, you know, one of the jewels that you mentioned out of that was, you know, really honing in what the main thing that what's important for you right now. And you use the term de-stress, and you know, one of the things that, you know, we're finding out in the work that we're doing, and we see this across the country, and even in some of the other interviews we've had with some psychologists and things like that, the number one thing that are plaguing, particularly Black men, is stress. And so one way to combat that stress is realizing what matters, what's the most important thing at that time. And then those other things, those other distractions, if you will, you know, you kind of put those on the back burner to be able to deal with the main thing. And that kind of help with that mental health. Why don't you share with us a couple other tips or exercises or something like that we can actually do to help us kind of make sure that we're keeping the main thing, but really working on that mindset training and mindfulness.
Right. You mentioned de-stressing. So just in the United States alone, over 70% of Americans, not Black Americans, just Americans in general, are taking pills take prescription medication for stress or stress-related illnesses. 70%. That number's crazy. So like you said, the goal here is to de-stress. And one of the tools that I use, another acronym, is called WAIT, W-A-I-T. What am I thinking, right? Because usually when we're stressed out and we get emotional, it's because of what we're thinking, right? So once you figure out why or what you're thinking, you can figure out why you're upset or why you're mad, and then you can talk yourself off the ledge, so to speak, from that point, right? So let's say, I mean, the easiest example is traffic. Right? Everybody hates traffic.
Absolutely.
Right? So you get stuck in traffic. And I don't live too far from the Braves Stadium, and the World Series just ended. So it was just like, get on the GPS and take another way, or you're going to get stuck in traffic. Right? But a lot of times what happens is we get frustrated because things aren't going the way we thought they should go. Right? In particular, these cars in front of us. Ain't nobody moving. Right? So our tendency is to get anxious, because we want something else. We don't want to be stuck in traffic.
Right.
So in those moments like that, right? And here's the thing, that for my program, you don't have to do any extra work. You only use this when you're stressed out, and the stress is going to come. How do we know? Because it has our entire lives. You know, that's the way life goes, as Janet Jackson said back in the day, right? It's life. It's an ebb and flow, and that's another thing to realize too when you're getting upset. Go, you know what? This is life. This is how it works. I'm gonna like some things. I'm not gonna like some things. There's no reason to get upset about it, though. Right? But the thing about traffic, when you're upset about something, and you ask yourself, "What am I thinking?" Ask yourself, "Can you control the situation?" Very simple. Can I control what's going on? If you can control it, then do whatever you need to do to change it. If you can't control it, let it go. That's hard. That's hard for a lot of people to do, because we always want to be in control. And I tell you what, not one time ever in life has being mad at the traffic made the traffic move faster? Not one time.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So one of the things you can do too in those moments like that, like you're stuck in traffic, have some thoughts about what you're going to do to make your life better. You know, we all have plans. We all have ambitions. Instead of using that time being mad at the little old lady in front of you driving who can barely see over the steering wheel, think about your next game plan. How am I going to make my next move? How am I going to make my next dollar? You know, what's the next step for my kids? There are things you can do in place of wishing you were somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of this stuff is just, it's a lot of fact checking and a lot of reality checking. What can I do about the situation? If you can't do nothing about it, let it go.
Let it go. I love that. And so, you know, I'm over here jotting notes because I'm thinking about my own mental health here, and I want to make sure that I'm capturing this. So we said, you know, weight is what am I thinking? You know, that's a way that we could, you know, really deal with the de-stress, help with the de-stress, and is really focus on those things that we're thinking about. If you can't control it, then let it go. I love that. So it's just walk away from it. And using the scenario of the traffic, it's never changes. And if those that live around the Atlanta area understands that traffic is a part of the fabric of this city. Yep. And so you have to find ways to deal with the stress of that traffic, because there's nothing that you're going to be able to do about it. So just let it go. And one of the key things that you said in that is that while you're in the midst of whatever you're dealing, whatever the anguish is, think positively about some other things that you can do to kind of help change and make your life better. And so that's powerful to me, because I think, you know, we're so interested in making sure that we focus on those. We're conditioned to focus on those negative things, but what you're encouraging us to do is really focus on those things that are more positive and things that you have control over, right? To make a difference. You know, last thing, you know, so we've heard about WIN as an acronym. What is it again?
Wait.
Say it again.
Wait, what am I thinking?
Wait, what am I thinking? And then there was one last one that I remember that we talked about, which was COPS. And I thought that one stuck with me, because I thought, you know, because we're talking to Black men and we're addressing Black men's mental health. And, you know, in our country, we've had some uncomfortable times. I'm being very politically correct.
Very nice about it, yeah.
With law enforcement, and COPS was an acronym that you had. Talk a little bit about that acronym and what that means.
Yeah, so COPS, COPS, not those cops. These cops are here to help us.
Okay.
And not that all cops are bad. I have family members who are police officers, and you really can't judge one person or a small group of people and then sweep the whole group under the table.
Absolutely.
But this is, now I alluded to it earlier, where in life we always have problems or challenges, right? So COPS is C, challenges, O, obstacles, P is problems, right? That's a part of life. That's how we grow. That's how we evolve as people. You know, if life was always easy, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that, because it's never been always easy, right? It's never always been easy. There's always going to be a challenge. So instead of looking at as these challenges or obstacles as problems, as bad things, just look at it as, this is what's going to help me move forward in life and grow.
Yeah. Right.
Because oftentimes, you know, one of my things that helped me in hindsight's always 20/20, right? We can look back at there were instances where we thought things were horrible, right? But then fast forward in time, you go, you know what, that really helped me out. It's not as bad as I thought it was. So going back to my football career, I transferred from Notre Dame. I go to Georgia Tech. The coach that brought me in, Bobby Ross, he left to take the head coaching job with the San Diego Chargers. Got a new coach They moved me to wide receiver. I've been playing running back my entire life. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like my NFL dream is done. I was like, it's not going to happen. So what do I need to do? So what I actually did was I buckled down in school when I graduated because I didn't think I was going to play pro ball, right? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have to get a job. But with a degree from Georgia Tech, I live in Atlanta. It shouldn't be hard to find a good job. Yeah. But fast forward, the following year, I went back to running back, and then, you know, my NFL career took off. But I was one of the best pass catching backs in the NFL when I played. So that whole year I spent playing wide receiver that I thought was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Wow. Turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Yeah. And actually the same thing with Green Bay. I talked to my agent before I got drafted. He said, where do you want to play? I said, dog, I don't care where I play as long as I don't go to Green Bay. Right? I just don't want to, you know, I don't want to be cold no more. Right? And I don't know anybody in Green Bay. I don't even watch Green Bay. Like I never grew up watching Green Bay because they were never on TV because they were always losing. Once again, something that I thought was terrible for me turned out to be a blessing in disguise because I had no choice but to focus on the main thing because there's nothing to do in Green Bay. Right. So all these cops that show up in your life, we don't have the bigger picture, so to speak, right? So you don't know if it's good or bad. It may seem like it's bad in the present moment, but big picture, it may turn out to help us out in one form or fashion. Absolutely. I love that. So really looking at those challenges, those obstacles, those problems, those cops, if you will, and finding, you know, as they talk about the silver lining or looking at the good that can come out of those things. Because a lot of times, you know, those things that are challenging things in our lives push us and propel us for better. So absolutely. Look, man, thank you so much for your time. Tell the folks how they can, you know, find you on social media, all that kind of stuff. I know that's not a huge distraction of yours, but tell them how they can find you and if they want to kind of connect with you. See, that's my problem. I get online to post something about Remind, my program or my spin class or something like that, and then I'm all over the place an hour and a half later. There's a whole bunch of other stuff I could have done in that time after my posting was done. But anyway, yeah, Dorsey Levens 25 on Instagram. Just regular Dorsey Levens on Facebook and Twitter. DORSEYLEVENS. A lot of people think it's INS. But yeah, that's where you can find me. Awesome. Well, man, thank you so much again for your time. Thank you for, I know you're a busy man and jumping on with us to be a part of the Blueprint too. And for our viewers, stay tuned. We have so much more in store with this conference, and we thank you for being a part of it. So until next time, this is Lawrence Wilpin.
My name is Gary Freeman, and I will, first of all, giving all glory to God, the Most High, and His Son, Jesus Christ, for giving me the opportunity to stand here before y'all today. This thing in my way. I'm deeply and truly honored to be nominated as the valedictorian for our class. I really, in my opinion, would have made Christopher Long valedictorian, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes he was the one teaching the class most of the time, you know what I mean? So, you know, it got deep, but that's what fatherhood and brotherhood really means to me, is fellowship. Because for me to finally meet some brothers who literally could relate and understand my situation fully, I became excited to want to meet up twice a week, because for me it developed into therapy and counseling, you know what I mean? Because like he said, we all going through a trauma with this type of situation. Because see, for 13 years I've been struggling with my emotions alone, and for so long I had buried it so deep inside of me that for 13 years the only person I could talk to was God. Amen. See, the Bible has been my antidote for my mental illness and depression and stress of this situation. So because it seemed like only God was the only one who could understand me, you know, understood the pain I was going through. So only God could give me my purpose to live every day, because without my kids, I felt I had nothing else to live for. You know what I mean? So that's when God called me and showed me my purpose to live. And of course, it still remained for my children and family, but it was bigger than that. You know what I mean? And which is what gave me the strength to rise up, pick up my cross, and follow Christ. And now I'm a minister, amen? So, but that's where fatherhood is brotherhood comes in at, because see, me meeting brothers who could relate to me and my situation with pure understanding and no judgment has helped me to finally wake up emotions I buried and finally deal with them, you know what I mean? So fatherhood is brotherhood helped me to finally climb out of that rabbit hole and come from out of isolation, you know, by being able to finally express myself openly and become more socially, because I've been in isolation for years, you know, no friends and no job or nothing. You know, when I came into Father's Brotherhood, I wasn't working or anything, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been in isolation for years, you know what I'm saying? So, because I was stuck in this isolated state of mind, Father's Brotherhood was a blessing to my life, because my New Year's resolution was for me to, you know, walk it like I talk it, which meant I wanted to heal and make better relationships with my family, friends, and most of all, my children. And I also wanted to get a job and to better my family income, you know what I mean? And man, I even planned to go to the Eagles versus Falcons game this year, you know what I mean? I never been to a pro football game, but that was just my New Year's resolution. And ever since I joined Fatherhood is Brotherhood, all these resolutions have been resolved, you know what I mean? Hallelujah. Brother Ron, he has taught me so much self-control by teaching on accountability of our emotions and our actions. The most helpful part was teaching on procrastination, you know what I mean? That sparked a fire in me that just made all my goals visible, man, you know what I mean? I remember the lessons with the maze, with the fog, and the city in the background, you know what I mean? And with the big city lights in the back, and it was the images and the lessons that where we got the deepest in our conversations, you know what I'm saying? And those were the key points that gave light to my eyes and gave me the power and courage to take control of my life and start driving it in the right direction I wanted to go. Now my relationship with my family is even more peaceful than before. Me and my wife have learned how to work together more as a team. And since Fatherhood is Brotherhood, I now have a job making more money than I ever made an hour in my life, you know what I mean? Which is what, thank you. Which is what helped me fulfill my last resolution in going to the football game, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be able to take my son to his first NFL football game to see the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Falcons. I am not going for the Dirty Birds. I am an Eagle fan. So y'all can hate on, I take it all, I can take that, you know what I mean? So, but Fatherhood is Brotherhood made my 2021 a great year by being a major impact in my life. I can't thank you brothers enough, my brother Bo and Larry and Ron, you know what I mean? For your guidance and your counsel and inspiration. You brothers are truly out here refreshing the spirits of black men and awakening the God-given powers inside of them. And because the ultimate lesson of the entire program is you have to change yourself and not the nature, amen? So only you can make the right choices and decisions in life to better yourself. Only you can let someone else affect your emotions and your temper, which make you get out of character by having lack of self-control. And only you can make the choice to be the best father you can be to your children, regardless of the critics and the hypocrites. That is the type of understanding and wisdom you gain from these courses. Amen. So before I sit down, I want to just give a special shout out to the brothers who led the way through the course. That's Big Brother Ron, Big Brother Bo, and Brother Larry. I love you guys, and I pray God continue to use y'all to be fishermen of black men, because y'all truly are saving the lives of brothers drowning by teaching them how to swim. Amen. So keep letting God use y'all, because one thing for sure, two things for certain. Black dads count, because fatherhood is brotherhood. Amen. My name is Gary Freeman, and I will first of all giving all glory to God, the Most High, and His Son Jesus Christ for giving me the.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Braswell, CEO of Fathers Incorporated, based in Atlanta, Georgia. It's no secret that policies and laws related to dads have not serviced the best of intentions. One of the biggest policy barriers in the state of Georgia for non-married dads is this issue of legitimation. We believe this is not only a critical issue for Georgia dads, but families as well. So let's explore this issue more in depth with a few experts so that you may have a better understanding of this legal process. Thank you.
It's just like my little twin, you know. And on top of that, it's like you see a lot of guys grew up without their father, and it's just like having that absence. It just make you want to be there for your kids. You know what I'm saying? You've been through so much without them, and you don't want your kids to grow up without that absence or that, you know, that empty space. So I just want to see them grow up, you know, because my father wasn't in my life. He wasn't there.
My name is Mindy Pillow, and I am a family law attorney. What that means is I specialize in cases involving the nuclear family, adoption, custody, legitimation. There's also paternity, divorce, anything that involves a family is what I end up doing. My office is based in Decatur. I'm a sole practitioner. I practice all over the metro area. I also, more importantly to me, I've been married 24 years and I have 2 children, a son, Jackson, who is 16, and a daughter, Madeline, who is 14. Legitimation is the process, the legal process in the state of Georgia in particular, where a father and mother are not married and they have a child. So if there is a legal marriage, there is a legal father and a legal mother, as well as a biological father, frequently and a biological mother, to that child. If the parties have never gotten married, Georgia law presumes that there is not a legal father of this child.
It is not surprising to me that these young men aren't legitimized, because honestly, when you look at it, to me, in my opinion, the way the system was built, in a sense, when you look at the official codes in Georgia, and when you look at it under domestic relations, they are making it that much harder for these guys to just be fathers. You know, you have to petition the court. You have to create this action in order to just have, you know, just rights to your child. And that can be very intimidating. So I think it's intentional. But here at Fathers Incorporated, we are here to wipe away that fear and to give the guys, equip the guys with the courage and the tools necessary to be successful.
I wanted to go through the process of, you know, getting custody, because everybody was telling me that if she was to move back to Georgia, she can come and take him anytime he wants. So I wanted to go through that process, but when I went through it, I didn't even know nothing about that. When I first went through it, I didn't know nothing about that process. They told me all the stuff that I needed to do, and I had to get this person involved, that person, go this place, go that place. It was just too much, and at the time, I mean, I was in school, working, you know, trying to provide for my 2 kids, and I ain't have the time to do it. I ain't have the time, I ain't have the money. You know, it was just a long, drawn-out process.
So in order to make yourself a legal father of the child, you have to file a case called legitimation in Georgia. that case is filed in the superior courts. Here in Georgia, in the court system, superior court has the jurisdiction, has the ability to hear most family cases. There's also juvenile court, but most times the legitimation that you're filing, a dad is filing, is going to be in the superior court. So you file a superior court action, and what you're asking the court to do is to recognize you as the legal father of your child.
I do family law, divorce and family law. So we do everything from child custody to child support modification. We address things like legitimation, divorce, custody, as well as uncontested and contested divorces. Families are challenging, right? And so the family dynamic, especially when it begins to break down, you need, in many instances, you need a kind of a professional to intervene and help navigate you through that process, because it can be tumultuous, and it can be a lot of going through the judicial process. There can be a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of rules involved. So that part of it is challenging, not to really even mention the emotional part of it, right? And so the emotional part and that kind of fallout and the ramifications of it, especially if there are minors involved, it can be pretty rough.
I was so scared. I was worried. I was stressed out. Just the process itself. It was just so much that I found out we had to do, and they don't have to do all that. I mean, yeah, I understand that, they came out your wound, and I understand that, but, if I signed the birth certificate, I think I felt like that should have been, enough for me to have, equal rights of custody.
So this is an interesting thing. If you have a legitimation, if you are the legal father, is the best way probably to phrase that. If you have been married to the mother of your child before the child is born, at the time of conception, when the child is born, or even after the child is born, you are the legal father of that child. If you have never been married to that mother of that child, then you have to start a second analysis. That analysis is at some point, depending on how long ago it was, Georgia had something called an administrative legitimation procedure. So one of the questions that I get asked a lot is, well, in the hospital, they had me fill out some paperwork about child support, or some paperwork, I signed the birth certificate. And that's a very interesting question, because under Georgia law, it does not matter if you're on the birth certificate. If you're on the birth certificate, that's just a piece of paper that does not give you legal rights. If there was an administrative legitimation, that meant you signed paperwork in the hospital to legitimate. However, that has, number one, been abolished in the state of Georgia. The people who are looking for that, I believe it was abolished in 2016. It's been about 4 or 5 years now. If you're trying to legitimate an older child, you may have had an administrative legitimation. I can tell you though, do not hang your hat on that. I would not even bother with it. There's no way to find the paperwork. And number two, administrative legitimation doesn't get you across the goal line. You have to have a legal legitimation to go file in Superior Court.
The biggest frustration for these dads that I've seen is the fact that they have to pay child support and they don't have rights to their children. So financially, you want me to have an attachment to a child that I can't even see. I can't even make decisions. I don't have the legal rights in one perspective, and then I don't have rights to them physically. So I'm paying for someone who I don't even have the rights to. That makes no sense to me.
If you go forward with filing legitimation or you start the process, you will end up with a child support order. And so if you are kind of thinking that, I don't know, but this seems like, I don't know if I want to have a long-term relationship with my child, if it's something you're thinking about at all, or you have doubts, which is okay, then I would hesitate on filing a legitimation until you have a chance to kind of really think it through. Because if you're questioning or you're in a position where you're thinking about legitimation, chances are something may have gone off kilter with the mother of your child. So at that point, you need to make sure that establishing a legal relationship is really where you want to be. And again, I want to reiterate and just make sure you understand, there's nothing wrong with that. If that's kind of where you are in life and where you think that maybe you're not in the best position to be that dad that child needs, but don't start the legal process unless you're pretty sure.
To the courtroom where she carried me, Lord, they really trying to bury me. God, don't let them take my babies from me. Father, please, every night I pray that it'll be okay. But I'm still black and I'm a man. To the system, don't none of us have a plan. To the courtroom where she carried me, Lord, they really trying to bury me. God, don't let them take my babies from me. Father, please, every night I pray that it'll be okay. And I got these texts and these receipts, but none ain't really helping me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Father, please. Ooh, oh. Yeah. I just ask that y'all keep me lifted up in prayer, man, because you just never know. You never know how it's gonna go. I just want my babies, man.
You can absolutely have a child support order against you and not have legal rights to your child. So when there's a division of child support services, and you'll sometimes hear that somebody will be upset, mother of your child is unhappy, whatever, well, I'm going to put you on child support. That is a threat that I think every unmarried father has probably heard at some point in their lives when they haven't had that established. What that means, I'm going to put you on child support, means that the mother of a child contacts the Division of Child Support Services, which is a governmental agency, and they really do the work. The mother goes to them and says, I have, Bob is my child, and here is the father, Robert is the father of my child, and here's where he lives, and I want child support for my child. The rationale behind it, of course, is Georgia law says both parents are responsible for providing financial support to their children. The problem with child support services, and don't get me wrong, they do a good job and a needed service to some extent. The problem is, though, it's not their job to go investigate all the nuances. They can't, of the number of cases they have, and they don't represent you, dad. They represent the child, in essence. So if mom comes and says, well, I know dad is doing basketball lessons on the side. This is a case I had recently, and I know for a fact when we lived together he made $70,000, which is probably not true, not accurate, but that's the information that child support is then based on. So mom almost always doesn't have to prove her income. They will frequently set her at minimum wage, which is what you do because you have to have a gross number. Dad, they will ask dad to bring his pay stubs, bring his bank statements, bring all of those numbers to them, and then they will establish a number. It is not child support's job to make you the legal parent of this child, nor is it child support's job to give you parenting time. And you probably have heard the term visitation. We've really moved away from that because you're not visiting your child. It's your parenting time with your child.
I have over 20 plus years working in human services. I was a licensed clinical social worker in which I provided youth and family counseling. So I have a bachelor's in social work, master's in counseling, and it was good. The one-on-one, understanding that, but I wanted to affect change on a broader level. So I decided to get my PhD in public administration, concentration on law and public policy. The law is so one-sided that it really just put not just the economic strain on men, but emotional strain as well. The other thing that I found is that in the state of Georgia, them knowing and recognizing this, they still not made an effort to change that policy.
I would say the most frustrating thing is the timing. It shouldn't take, 2-3 years just to say, hey, now you have rights to your child and everything. Like, it's been a journey, and I would just say through this initiative, it's helped me manage my emotions more than anything.
You will at some point need a DNA test. People frequently ask, do I really need a DNA test? I know it's my child. Most judges now will require DNA testing, but not only that, you want it for your protection. And the issue is, even if you're 100% positive and you know that that is your child looks just like you, once you are established as the legal father of the child, if it does turn out there was some mistake, that you are not the biological father of the child, it'll be very difficult for you to be removed as the father of that child. And the issue is, that means you're going to be on the hook for child support until that child ages out. And one of the things to kind of know is that the state of Georgia, as a public policy, it's a lot easier, and they want children to have two legal parents because that's how it should work, especially legally. So unless there's someone standing there to substitute like the actual biological father or an adoptive father, they're not inclined to let you off the hook as a dad who's been legally established as a father. And that's the problem. So you do not have to get a DNA test on your own or get it before you go and file the legitimation, but you definitely want to ask for one, even if the court doesn't require it, through that process.
I found out about legitimation when me and the mom of my children split, and she started taking them away from me. And I started realizing that, being that we wasn't married, I wasn't able to pretty much say anything. Like, there was nothing that I could do about it. I was just back against the wall. I got you. Hardest thing about the process to me at the time was I couldn't afford it. I was already on child support. I got a rough deal with my child support, and it came between paying to have Georgia look at me as the father for my children that I know are mine, or eating. So I had to pick to eat, because if I'm not good, I can't make sure they're good.
I would recommend, though, if you're in a good relationship with the mother of your child, you're living together, or you just are on good terms, you don't want to get married for whatever reason, that's the time you want to do a legitimation while everyone is in good spirits and getting along, because really legitimation is just doing the legal process. That it's kind of akin to getting married. You don't want to get married for whatever reason, you're doing the legal paperwork to make sure that your relationship with your child is always locked up and no one can take that away from you.
Emotionally, I think it took me to the lowest point of my life, honestly. Like, I've never had to struggle with like my mental health or any of that prior to this situation, but that pushed me to the brink. Like, going months, weeks, days without like hearing or speaking or seeing them, and just knowing, hey, there's nothing I can really do about it at the time. So it was definitely a rough patch for me.
I think first is important to emotionally prepare, financially prepare. I know I listen to Jay-Z occasionally talk about having a war chest, if you're preparing for what can be a battle, especially if it's, issues of custody. But I would prepare my documents. And again, I think that I would emotionally prepare, maybe, a therapist or doing research, just to really kind of help you understand the process. Because a lot of times I think it's just being just not having all the information can be a little daunting. So I think that would be important. And I think connecting with the right either legal professional or, people who are, there are resources out there, agencies like this one that actually will help dads kind of navigate that process. I think that's the best way to prepare.
He doesn't have his mother around all the time, so I have to battle those arguments with him. Where's my mama? Why I can't be with my mom, and I don't love you and stuff like that. And they don't understand that, by my son telling me that he doesn't love me, that really, really hurts me. That cuts me real deep because you don't understand the sacrifices that I made for you, but his mom get a pass, you know what I'm saying? Mom has other kids, so you can't worry about me. No, that's not the way it goes. If I have other kids, I got to worry about you and your brothers and sisters.
In Georgia, there are two kinds of custody. There is physical custody. That is where the child physically is. So that is if mom, let's say, has primary custody, but you have every other long weekend with the child, she has primary physical custody, you have secondary physical custody or parenting time, one of the two. The other kind of custody is legal custody. That's what we're talking about more. It all kinds of wraps in together, but the legal custody is having the right to make decisions that are best for your child. There are 4 areas in particular of legal custody, and those are religion, extracurricular activities, education, and healthcare. If you are not legitimated, if you are not legitimized, your child is not legitimized, more accurately, then you have no right to any input in any of those decisions.
Dads really want to be involved in the kids' lives. They want, the legal custody. They want to make decisions about education, religious upbringing, extracurriculars. They also want that physical custody. They want summers. They want Father's Day. They want birthdays. And so when we can kind of get them that success on the other side of this, meet their legal goals, and we haven't had a situation where a dad has not received an order of legitimation and some level of parenting time. So all of our fathers are normally really happy. And that's just been my experience, whether they're with us or, they go with another attorney or they choose to go pro se. Most dads, I think, that go through that process, it's a celebration on the other end of it.
So if you have not taken the steps to file legitimation, kind of what we're wondering is, does that mean you have given up your legal rights? You have kind of walked away from your legal rights? And that is a very interesting question under Georgia law. So you file a legitimation. So you're the father of this child, and you want to do the legal process to make sure that is established. And let's just be honest, when that usually happens is when something's gone sour. So the relationship's gone sour, you have broken up, one of you's dating someone else, and then the mother of your child refuses to let you see your child. That's usually why you end up where you would be thinking about this process. So first of all, if that happens and the mother of your child is refusing to let you see your child who's not legitimated, she is 100% within her rights to let you do that. You don't have any legal relationship with that child.
With Fathers Inc., I think that giving us a platform, starting somewhere, that's all we need. We need to be starting somewhere. We need to have that push. We need to have that, I kind of look at it as a fraternity.
I couldn't get health care. I couldn't get food stamps. I couldn't get no type of help. But my children's mom was getting everything, getting medical insurance, they had the kid. It was just, I couldn't get a break. It's meant to try to break you.
I think we've been beaten down by so many systems. I think we're just used to hiding and just remaining powerless, and we think that that's okay. That we really do that we matter, but that we have power if we choose to exercise, and we have the ability to. And the other thing they don't know that they find is that groups like Fathers Incorporated are really advocating for him. There are other people that are advocating on their behalf that they may not know, and I think it encourages these brothers when they find out.
Do it. Do it. That's the only thing I can say. Do it. Do it while you can do it. Don't hold off on it. It's not something to wait on. It's not one of those things, oh, we good right now. We on good terms right now. I don't got to worry about it. Because it can happen. Like, nothing is set in stone. Like a relationship, the connection between mother and father over a child, marriage, none of it is promised. Go do it. Like, it's not something to put off to the side. If you can afford to do it, or if you got to look into ways to get it done, you have to get it done. Protect yourself in the beginning so you don't have to worry about it down the road.
For those fathers that are hesitating about legitimizing their child, this is what I tell you. At the end of the day, I always say it's about the child. So when you start this process, there's a large chance that child support will come right behind that. But guess what? You'll have access to your child. You'll have legal rights to your child to make decisions. You'll have physical custody. You won't have to, it won't be up to mom anymore. So now, with that being said, you'll have everything that you need in order to be a successful dad now. There are no more excuses. The financial piece is just a part of it. These children have to be taken care of from nuts to bolt.
It's in it for you to see what you've created and be able to put that, like, your spin on it, like your influence, like more of your influence, not an opinion on who you was, not, oh, this is what your father used to be like from different people. Why not be the source that can show your child who you are? Nobody can't tell you better than you who you are to your child. Like, it's important.
Nothing is without, that fight. Nothing is without that, I would say, that push, if you will, that hardship, if you will. Life is full of hardship, so the process is going to be hard, but, as a brother, I'm here to listen to you, and I'm here to encourage you to say, keep fighting for your child, because that's your creation, and you should definitely be a part of that, no matter what anybody tells you.
The best thing about serving dads is to get that epiphany from them that they have a support mechanism along the journey. That's the best thing, because you should not have to go on this parenting, this fatherhood journey by yourself. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming.
I'm nervous. I got to go to the courthouse. I got to see a lawyer. I got to sign papers, and I hope the process works for me. So I'm nervous. I hope everything that I did don't go in vain. I hope everything that is in the future for me it has my daughter in the picture, So I'm just anxious. I'm nervous, but I know, when you do something big, you're gonna get nervous. You're not gonna just run through things without a little nerve in it. So everything that we've been going through and everything that I'm expecting is a little nerve-wracking, but I'm waiting. I'm anxious and I'm ready for it.
The day that I got my legitimation was amazing. Like, feelings was out of this world, because it was like the fight, like partial of the fight, the biggest part of the fight was done. Because it's like, now you can't just, like, the only chip you had to hurt me, you can no longer hurt me with it, because by the court standing, I'm the children's father now. So it's like, it was amazing. Like, I was overwhelmed, super excited. Like,
I mean, once you go through the process, now you have joint custody. Now it's up in the air. Now you have to prove her wrong. You have to prove the court's wrong. You have to prove everybody wrong that doubted you. So that should be motivation enough. Like I say, if anybody tell me I can't do something, I'm keep going.
But I can guarantee you, when they come to Fathers Incorporated, they're gonna have that blueprint. They're gonna have that roadmap to success, and that's what we're here to do.
My 24-year-old self. Just keep going, don't look back. It's dark right now, but it's light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, just don't give up. Just keep going, you know. Yeah, just keep going. Keep going.
So, welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed the first hour. I've probably seen and heard these individuals talk about these particular issues here in the state of Georgia as it relates to legitimation, as well as our good friend Dorsey Levens, and heard him talk about mindfulness. Continue to learn from both of these situations here in the work that we do at Fathers Incorporated, and I hope that they were informative for you and gave you many insights in understanding how policy and procedures and laws can impact our dads. And also, you know, from Dorsey Levens and hearing him speak about mindfulness and being aware, being in the moment. One of the things that we always talk to our dads about is this thing called self-actualization, right? Being aware of yourself, coming into your own being, knowing who you are at any given moment and what's going on in your surroundings and how you impact situations and consequences and behaviors, how to make your own choices and be capable of making your own choices and being mindful of the world around you as well as yourself. And so we want to thank Dorsey Levens and Mindy Pillow and Genghis Khan and Dr. Shalonda Smith for sharing their expertise in this issue of legitimation. So, coming up next, in the next hour, we're going to be sharing with you a woman's perspective of black men and mental health, and that is going to be shared with you by our own friend from Louisville, Kentucky. She is the CEO and president of the Louisville Urban League, and her name is Shadiqua Reynolds. And we, when I heard her piece when she sent it to us, I was like, wow, this is something that we really need to hear. We really need support and affirmation, particularly from women. I know that there are two sides of the coin when we talk about fathers' issues and fatherhood and motherhood and relationships and marriages and drama, and all of that stuff can be mixed all up in this emotion, right, which we're talking about today. This whole issue of well-being and mental health and how all of these living situations have an impact on our families, but more specifically for this conversation today, on our dads. And so I often say that superheroes need affirmation, right? There's a reason that Spider-Man is called amazing. There's a reason why the Hulk is called incredible, because even superheroes need affirmation. Why do we think that a Spider-Man and a Hulk would need affirmation? Well, there might be some mornings that they wake up and Spider-Man doesn't feel so amazing. The Hulk doesn't feel so credible. The Man doesn't feel so super. The Thor doesn't feel so fantastic, right? And so as parents, particularly as dads, if we are going to have high expectations of them, then we have to match that expectation with an equal amount of support and affirmation. And so Shadiqua Reynolds will be sharing that with us today. And then after her, I'm going to show, or you're going to see, something that has never been played in public before, not on a public social media platform, but we thought that pulling Spit and Anger out of the archives of our resources and sharing the mental impact of fatherlessness as it relates to anger. Many of our young boys and many of our men and even our girls and women are dealing day to day with the anger as it relates to father absence, right? And so this is not the full documentary, it's literally just half of it, but half of it is enough to get your wheels spinning around why you're dealing with some of the issues that you're dealing with as it relates to our boys and our men who are yearning to fill that hole of absence left in them by a dad. And so you're going to be seeing some of Spit and Anger in the impact of fatherlessness on mental health. And so want you to keep notes, want you to stay active in the chat, and enjoy the next hour. I'll see you on the other side. Oh, you're going to see the links for the evaluations for the previous presentations that you saw. Please make sure you go back and fill out those evaluations, because we really need to know whether or not we're doing a good job in presenting information that is necessary and effective for you to do a great job. So thank you so much. See you on the other side of these presentations.
Love fathers, stop over here and see us. You want to see fathers in the community, come over and see us. Take a t-shirt home to a dad.
So today we are at Praise in the Park with our partner Urban One, and we're excited to continue to partner with them in the effort of getting connected with our community so that we can bring dads to our ecosystem.
We have our booth set up, and we have dads and moms alike stopping at our booth. We're giving out information. We're signing up dads to join the Fatherhood is Brotherhood movement.
Fatherhood classes, next level life skills classes, and once they go through these classes, we help them with wraparound services.
Awesome program for Black dads. Black dads count.
Wow, the feedback today has just been incredible. I think what I've been most surprised by is the mothers and the aunties and the cousins and the grandmas and the big mamas who've come up to us and said, listen, I got a son at home, a grandson at home, an uncle, a brother, or some dude laying on the couch or living in the basement at home that definitely needs y'all. And so I think that that's been the most humorous for us, but it's actually been the most impactful, because what it says is that there's a different way to connect with our fathers, and not always directly. Sometimes the way to our dads is indirect.
Fatherhood, wow. It's interesting you say that, because I actually a couple of weeks ago just lost my dad. And I think about the legacy and what he left me. And the definition of a father is also a definition of a man, a protector, someone who's trustworthy with integrity, someone you can rely on, that has integrity, that cares for you and you can just, like I said, rely on. And there's nothing like that, that will defend you to the very end. And that's a true father for you.
The best part about being a dad is being active in my child's life and being a big contributor in my child's life. That's what's most important to me.
The most profound thing I heard was the mother who came to us and said, God brought me here today. I knew he had something for me, and Fathers Incorporated, you are it, because this is what my son needs. One more time, what's legitimation?
His rights.
That's
his
right.
right. The same rights as the mothers, he have them.
There
and
we
when
go.
you're legitimized.
So I have her, I have Miss Katrina's number and Dion's number in my phone. He has a Fathers Incorporated t-shirt going to him. Info on that.
Our
next cohort starts October 18th. I'm calling Dion tomorrow. We signing them up, right,
We signing them
Mom?
up.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sadiqa Reynolds, President and CEO of the Louisville Urban League, and I'm really honored to be here with you today to talk about a woman's perception of Black men, trauma, and mental health. I certainly won't pretend to be an expert. I mean, I'm an expert at some things. I'm an expert at being a woman. I'm an expert at being a Black woman. I'm an expert at loving Black men. And so I hope that I can give you some insight, but I certainly would not pretend to have all of the answers or even to represent every woman's perspective. I want to thank Lawrence Wilbin for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to do anything for my friends and former colleagues, and he happens to be both. And so I'm really honored to be with you all. And I'm very thankful that you brothers are actually having this conversation. I think it's a conversation that is so important, and it's important for you to have it in rooms where you can be safe and be honest about the trauma that you have experienced. And I think it's important for Black women to also have conversations and to be honest about the trauma that we've experienced. I especially think it's important for us to create those safe spaces to have these conversations, not just about the trauma that Black men are experiencing or have experienced as a result of the relationship with Black women or society, America, but also even the trauma that Black men are experiencing at the hands of other Black men. I think that is a very difficult conversation for us to have about how much we hurt us. And it's hard to have it because there are very few places where we can be honest about that, where we can be truthful without feeling like we're being overly critical. I think so often, I can tell you as a Black woman, I am so protective of our people that I have a very difficult time talking about our own accountability in certain circles with certain people there to witness it. And it's not because I don't think that we need to have accountability, we do. But we are so criticized. You all are so criticized. It's important, I think, that particularly someone with my platform, that I use it to build us up and not tear us down. And sometimes you really do have to tear down in order to rebuild. And that is so very complicated. And so of all the conversations that I've had lately, I think this is one of the most important. And I'm really honored that we are having this conversation and that I'm allowed to be a part of it. This community, our community, Black people, men and women, quite frankly, but I know we're here to talk about Black men. The stigma of mental health, the stigma of being mentally ill, the stigma of depression, the stigma of anxiety. Those things keep Black men from addressing their mental health needs. I think we have been painted for so long as people who are so strong, who are so resilient, who can overcome anything. And so it seems to me that Black men, when you have stress, when you have struggle, when you feel overwhelmed, you may feel like you're somehow less of a man because you're feeling that way. And so then what happens, you just push down, push down, push down. And the trauma is never dealt with. And the challenge with just pushing things down is that they're going to come up in some way, shape, or form. They're going to come out, and sometimes those things are going to land on people who love you, people who care about you, people who would do anything to see you healthy, people who need you, and do harm to those people. But the first person who is harmed is you, because you're walking around with all of this trauma, all of this stress, not addressing it, and it's coming out. And sometimes it comes out in an explosion, and sometimes it just trickles out. And I wish that more Black men would be honest about the pain of what they're dealing with and why they're dealing with it. When I think about so many Black men that I know and love and have cared about, and their relationships, sometimes with their mother. You honor your mother. In many cases, we have mothers who, raised young boys to men on their own. And so I know brothers are so thankful for those women, those strong women who worked 2 jobs, who did what they had to do, who knew how to make, a steak out of bologna. You want to honor. But where is the safe space to talk about the mistakes that mother might have made? Where is the space to talk about the pain of the Black man who fathered you, who wasn't there or couldn't be relied on? Where do you get to have that conversation in a way that allows you to finally get to healing? Because I don't care what any of us say, it is traumatic to be brought into the world by 2 people and to then have one exit and to have questions about that part of your life. Or maybe in some cases, we have families that were intact, but there are other, abuses, other things that are happening. Where is the space to say, I had a lot of things that were great in my life, but then this happened? Where is it that Black men get to say they were molested? Who do you say that to a woman that you're in love with, that you want to marry? Do you say that to your friends? Sexual assault and trauma for a woman is hard enough to reveal. Where does a man go who's experienced that? What happens with that trauma that never gets unpacked? What happens when we're constantly every day dealing with racism, dealing with the heaviness of it, dealing with the awareness of our skin color, dealing with and hearing, that you are making less money than your counterpart who is white. Sometimes loving women who make more. Where do you get to talk about what that feels like to your masculinity? And I'm not saying any of the feelings are right, but I can't say that any of them are wrong. I think we all have a right to feel how we feel. The challenge is, how do you address it? And what happens when it's unaddressed? What happens when you have this pain, when you have this anguish, when you have this trauma, and it just sits there? Where does it go? Where does it go for the little boy? You know, where does it go for the teenager? Where does it go for the man? How does it show up in your love life? And do you think about that? You know, do you brothers think about what you are bringing to the person you choose to spend your life with? Do you think about what you're bringing to your children when you don't address the trauma that you've experienced? What is the impact on your family structure? What happens in a family when a child sees a father who says he does love a mother, he is in the house, but he hasn't unpacked that trauma, hasn't healed from past trauma, and so it comes out? What does it teach that next generation? There has to be a safe space for Black men to talk about the burden of being a Black man. And it doesn't mean that any of you would, you know, say, oh, I'd rather be a white man or I'd rather be anything. But it's just really creating the space to deal with the reality of the pain of even admitting your own failures, but also being able to connect those failures to events that maybe have happened in your life. I think we kind of live in this way that we think we can silo the pain. We think we can have this experience and then go on, and then 2 years later when this happens, there's a reason that there's so much violence in our community. You cannot constantly be oppressed and pushed down and made to feel less than and see yourself reflected on the news and you know, in books and in stories as a negative human, as a negative being, as less than human, and think that that's not going to have some impact. And if we don't address it, what happens? What happens to your family? What happens to your children? What happens to you? You know, I think that Black men, like all men, I think, want to be seen as caregivers, want to be seen as providers. I don't know about caregivers. I don't know if that was the right word. Want to be seen as providers, protectors, sort of all powerful for the people they love in their families, for their friends, their community. But what happens when the ways that you judge your success at those things, when you feel like you can't reach those goals, when you feel like I'm not making enough money, or I'm not, you know, able to protect this queen, I'm not able to whatever, or I keep letting myself down. But I mean, if that's the tape that is playing in your head, you have to say that out loud to somebody who is only invested in your healing, not someone who has some other agenda, not someone who wants to manipulate. But then you have to also be concerned with your manipulation because of whatever, you know, maybe it's, you know, past trauma again, maybe it's the nature of the relationship, maybe it's your inability to work things out in a healthy way. I mean, when you don't admit what's going on with you and try to fix it, your family can't be fixed. Your relationship can't be fixed. Your children are going to go through so much trying to figure out, trying to fix, trying to heal, trying to understand, trying to honor you in the same way that you're trying to honor that parent that raised you, or those parents that raised you, or those grandparents. It is good to honor those who sacrifice for us, but it is necessary to recognize maybe what they didn't do. It's important to talk about what you would do different. It's important to acknowledge that for yourself, because I think our community is in a lot of pain. I think, our divorce rate is high. This country is a mess. This country is racist. There is no safe place to be Black in this country. Systems are against us. Policies are against us. But we owe it to each other to be for each other. And if we can't at least be for everybody, right? Like all Black people in general, can we at least decide to be the best version of ourselves for the people we claim to love, the people who are relying on us? And if you are going to be the best version of yourself, how do you do that without getting help? What Black man in America has not experienced trauma? What Black man hasn't? How do we handle it? You can't push it down. You can't push it down far enough that it is not going to come back up. You can't hide from it. You cannot run from it. You have to talk about it. You have to figure out healthy ways to cope with the trauma of our everyday living. Because not treating it, not talking about it, not addressing it, not being honest about it is killing you and is killing us. And we cannot afford to lose you. There's nobody listening to this. There is no person sitting in a room somewhere hearing my voice that we can afford to spare. So if you have been struggling and, you're feeling like, I can hang, I can handle it. I'm tough. Listen, you are tough. You are strong. You already handled it. But let's work on fixing it. Let's work on doing enough so that we don't make the same mistakes over and over and over again. Let's work on loving ourselves enough to really try to live our best lives. And if ever anybody has told you you don't deserve it, like that you have done something that was so horrible that you don't deserve to have a good life, talk to somebody about that. Because all of us walking this earth deserve forgiveness for something, whether people know or don't know. Address it so that you never make the same mistakes again. And so you don't have to live that Facebook life. That Facebook life is that fake life. You put those pictures up, you smile, you do all that, but nobody knows the pain behind it all. And I really like social media. I try to really be honest about, ooh, today I'm having a bad day or whatever. Or if you know, don't post anything on bad days. That's fine. But we got to stop with the fake lives, because there are people trying to live up to your fake life. You can't even live up to it. Get the help you need. Save your sons. Save your daughters. Save these babies that are acting out because they are experiencing so much trauma. Save these young men that are participating in gangs, are being violent, because maybe they're not getting something at home. I get it. I get all of the political stuff. I get the racism. Believe me, I run a civil rights organization. Racism is real. But please, do your part to save you. That thing that you do for you, to make you whole, to make you complete, to make you healthy, that will change the world for you and the people who love you. So I will come here to talk with you all anytime about Black men and trauma and mental health, and how that impacts Black women, and how Black women impact you, and how the workplace is killing you too, and us too. There are so many things for us to talk about. I'm not a mental health therapist though. I don't know how to fix your thing, but I know that unless you address it, you can't fix it either. So go use this group, talk to each other, but take it to the next level. Because there is an entire community that needs you to be healthy, to be strong, to live really your best life. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Lawrence, for inviting me. I wish everybody well. Everybody. Thank you.
I think a lot of men feel if I can't be perfect, then I just need to not do anything. When in fact, if you start sharing this message of it's not about perfection, it's about striving for excellence and getting as close to that as you can.
Absolutely. I think the other piece of it is worthiness. I think beyond trying to be perfect, we're also struggling with whether or not we're worthy to be responsible for another human being's life, right? Yeah. And so I struggle with that. That's a daily struggle with me. It's not something that happens, often. I think we're always, as fathers, whether you're Black or white, Latino or whatever, you're always wondering whether or not you're worthy enough to be the person who's responsible for this child. And you're gauging yourself each and every moment of your life. And sometimes you feel like you're failing, and sometimes you feel like you're winning. But the key is stay in the game.
When I got the opportunity to get her, there wasn't no choice. I told myself, I'm gonna take custody of my daughter. It's my baby. That's what we're supposed to do as men. Take care of our home, build a foundation, you know what I'm saying? Love, our money, she's my purpose. I'm here to walk with her, hold her hand until she can walk alone. Ain't nothing like being a father in this world.
I'm gonna cut you right here, Ken. I'm cutting this, and you're gonna follow my lead on this.
Okay.
Because what you've got this great maladaptive coping thing that you do to protect this space.
Right.
Trust me on this.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you.
Trust me on this, all right? Because I let you do your thing.
Okay.
And we're no more closer to reconciling the truth that needs to be manifest today.
Okay.
What's your daddy's name?
Douglas Applewhite. I think I've seen my dad in his entire lifetime 3, maybe 4 times, maybe 5. that I can recollect, that I can actually remember the experience of seeing him.
Mm-hmm.
3 times. If I've seen him any more than that, I don't remember it. I don't think I've ever stopped wanting his validation, wanting his approval. I do this work, and it's crazy because
he's doing it again.
No.
See how you do? Now you're going to take lead, and you're going to give me something that I don't want. Do you believe that you're in your heart, mind and soul, that you've forgiven him for not being in your life in the proper way?
Absolutely not. I have not forgiven him.
Oh, that is the most honest thing you've said all morning long. Really?
I haven't forgiven him because I really don't know how. My name is Kenneth Braswell. I'm the Executive Director of Fathers Incorporated. I was born and raised in the big city of Brooklyn, New York. I have a beautiful wife, Tracy, and I have 4 children. I have Tiara, Amber, and Zinka, and KJ. And they all make up the Braswell clan.
And why spit and anger?
When people get spit and angry, it's kind of like when you see somebody talking and they get so upset and it's like, did you just spit in my face? It's like they're talking and spit is that they can't control and just spit is coming out and they're very intentional and angry about something. Not only does spit and anger manifest itself in that kind of way where it actually comes out of someone's mouth, but I think spit and anger also comes out in people's actions. This issue of fatherlessness and how we respond to not having our fathers in our lives, I think comes out in a spit and anger way.
Ain't like I'm still 5 years old, Ain't like I'm gonna be sitting up every night asking my mom, when's daddy coming home, Who needs him? Hey, he wasn't there to teach me how to shoot my first basket, but I learned, didn't I? Hey, I got pretty damn good at it too, didn't I, Uncle Phil? Got through my first day without him, right? I learned how to drive, I learned how to shave, I learned how to fight without him. I had 14 great birthdays without him. He never even sent me a damn card. To hell with him! I ain't need him then and I don't need him now. Now, you know what, Uncle Phil? I'm gonna get through college without him. I'm gonna get a great job without him. I'm gonna marry me a beautiful honey, and I'm gonna have me a whole bunch of kids. I'm gonna be a better father than he ever was. And I sure as hell don't need him for that, because ain't a damn thing he could ever teach me about how to love my kids. How come he don't want me, man?
That's a place that we need to explore, we need to look at, because not only have I manifested in my life, but I think many of the fathers we serve, the boys that we surround ourselves with, boys in my family, people in my community, deal with some level of spit and anger.
Here we go again.
My name is Asai Brown West, and my parents were never married.
My name is Joshua Woods. My parents are divorced. Divorced.
My name is Richard Kelly, and my parents are married.
And my name is Antonio Godfrey, and my parents are married. Still married, 30 years, almost 30 years.
My name is Anthony Toller, and my parents are divorced.
How long?
14 years.
All right, my name is Chad Chapman, and my parents are separated, divorced. How long ago?
My mother and father were divorced 20 years ago.
I guess
if your father left you, you feel like it's your fault, I guess you could say, and that would make you angry. Why weren't you with me? Why? There's a lot of questions. So I guess with having a lot of questions, you have anger if you didn't do anything wrong. So I guess that's why everybody's mad if they don't have a father.
I did for a while because of how I seen him interact with his his wife and everything now. And for a while I was like, why is he going to his stepson's games and coaching other people when I grew up coaching myself for different sports and everything, him only going to one game.
I have, because of my work in the area of mental health, created a number of public service spots for young people and older people as well to share their stories, and shared this at a high school, an at-risk high school, where they were housed in the basement of the building. And that, to me, I was very sad to see that, But in any case, one young man who was 15 years old saw the spots. There was talking and crying. And then he gets up very courageously and he says that he stabbed somebody 7 times. He didn't kill him, but it's what he said after that that really pierced my spirit. He said he wasn't even the one I was mad at. I mean, so clearly he said that. And so in answer to the question about anger, almost always it's misdirected. When we can't get at the person who has wounded or scarred us, then we are going to take it out on somebody else.
At one point in time, I was mad. I mean, like I said, I always had my grandpa, which is his father, in my life, and he always was there, encouraging me to live up to my true potential and my dreams. But at one point in time, I was mad. I just try not to think about it.
I had someone else, actually my sister's husband, step in and kind of take the role. And from that point on, I had to realize that he didn't know I was angry. He wasn't involved. So there's no point in staying angry.
I definitely had resentment and anger, and then it just got to a point where how long was I going to, suffer and then worry about, how long was I going to worry about what I didn't have instead of just taking advantage of what I had right there in front of me? So from me being a kid, my mom was actually married to my stepfather, who played a role as my father for 10 years. Once they divorced, I actually just happened to have a godfather that came to my life and took me in and, did the father things, did the, we don't have cookouts, did the playing basketball, did the, having this conversation about this, that, and other thing. And, let's not talk to your mom about this, your mom's gonna go crazy. So I was one of those kids that I just had to realize there was much more than sulking and trying to use the not having a father as an excuse. It actually was a propellant for me to become a better person.
When I was younger, I was just upset that he wasn't there. I didn't know why he wasn't there. I didn't know the specifics. He just wasn't there. And I had to deal with that. Fair enough. As I got older, it was, okay, well, here's why he wasn't there. This is what he did. And then it became justifiable. But, I mean, my dad was my dad. I still shared many years with him before he had to go. And I was still dad. He still looked out after me. It's not like we never spoke. We still talked in some sort of manner. But, I was never really mad, so to speak.
Ayanna Van Zandt.
What did she say?
You have to sit in the hurt.
You what?
She says sometimes you have to sit in the hurt in order to get to the love. You just can't dismiss that you're not hurt.
The anger that a young man feels at the absence of his father is real. It's not a perception at all. And it's really, in the spiritual paradigm of healing, we come from love, and when we don't get the love we think we deserve, we become angry. And angry because the ego drives us, but right beneath the anger is the hurt. But the hurt is what makes us vulnerable. So rather than go there and feel that, we stay stuck in the anger. But if we could just go through the hurt, we'd fall back into love. So very often the young men, the fatherless sons, won't give themselves permission to acknowledge, to feel, to experience, to sit in the hurt. When the truth is they need to do that. But because of the fear of being vulnerable or the fear of looking weak or just not having the language or the skills to process the emotion, they stay stuck in the anger. And that anger just begins to expand.
Quite often, people hang on to hate as a badge of courage. It's easy to be angry than to talk about what the separation, what the grief, what the sadness, what that depression really feels like, what being abandoned really feels like. That negative energy of the anger is almost like a psychological Red Bull. As long as you're charging forward, you don't have to look back as to what's really going on. As long as you're always what's in front of your eyes, you don't have to look at what's in back of your eyes and what is in your mind and what is going on. Because a lot of us, if we were able to tap into that, what would end up happening is we would break down. We would cry. We would fall apart, which is what we really need to do.
The first time I saw my father the second time, the first time I saw him the second time, when I was approaching the door, I stopped at the door and I asked myself, what are you expecting to see? What do you want to see? What do you want to happen?
How old?
23 years old.
The second time you saw your father?
Second time. 23 years old, married.
You talking like a man?
23 years old, married with my wife behind me, and my 2-year-old daughter. And before we walked in the door, going through my head was, how does he look? How nice is his house? But the interesting thing that I battled with before I walked through the door was, am I gonna call this guy Douglas or am I gonna call him Dad? And his wife opened the door and I walked in. And he was sitting down. She was at the door. He was still sitting down watching TV. And immediately in my head, I said to myself, wow, this dude didn't even get up to answer the door, knowing that we were coming. He was still sitting on the couch. I don't even know what he was watching. All I know is when I walked in the door, he was sitting on the couch. But I still was trying to reconcile in my head, once he was facing me, whether or not I was gonna say, hi, Dad, or hi, Douglas. And he got up, and he walked towards us, and I just hugged him. I didn't call him anything. I just hugged him because everything inside of me, the grown man, the married man, the little boy, the husband, the military dude, all those things didn't care about anything except for I wanted to embrace my dad.
Many of our young men, adult men, as well as fatherless sons, have arrested emotional development. They have arrested emotional development, meaning that their emotional development is hindered and in some way underdeveloped. They don't have an emotional language. They won't allow themselves to use emotional language. Our young girls will say, you get on my nerves, you make me sick. What do young boys say? F you, dog, MF, blah, blah, blah. These are not emotions. So they don't even have a language for the expression of it. So we've got to give our fatherless sons, our young men, and our adult men an emotionally acceptable language that will support them in sharing their passion as well as their compassion, and to express and eliminate rage and anger.
Remember recently when Jan Van Zant was working with DMX and his son, and I will remember it like, because I know what it's like to have a breakthrough, but there was something that she was explaining to him about his father, and you saw the light. I don't know why I'm so emotional about this, but you saw the light. He was like, I got it. It was a breakthrough moment for him to understand some aspect of his daddy. And that's when he said, you're really something else. That's the beauty and the gift of talking to someone, because you need context, you need to explain people's behavior to others so that they will have some understanding. It doesn't have anything at all to do with you. It's all of that childhood stuff that we all carry because we we take everything to the Lord in prayer. And I believe that God puts the right people in our lives to give us clarity about what it is that's ailing us.
So sometimes, quite often, we'll see two responses or modes of living or thinking or behaviors from children who experience fatherlessness, especially the boys.
It's been a long time since I've been completely happy. And not all the time have I known why I have not been happy.
On the one hand, you may have that boy who is extremely angry, the acting out, who feels completely unfulfilled, who needs the role model of the dad, as all boys do.
It took me 51 years. $10 months. Some days. To realize that the person that was responsible, or at least half responsible, of getting me to this point would motivate me to be who I am today, because he wasn't with me, not because he was.
The other aspect is that person who says, you know what, I'm going to flip the script and trick the devil. I know what this is about. I know this anger. Perhaps that person is much more sophisticated emotionally, and they say, I'm going to be everything that my father was not. I'm going to be there for my children. I will make sure that I'm in a successful marriage. I will work it out. I will be the best that I can possibly be, because my father wasn't there. I have to do it myself, and when I have children, I'm going to channel this thing and I'm going to make it, and so that I can be a super father.
I have never liked how I responded to that absence. I don't know what your situation was. I don't know why. I don't know why my mother has never told me what the situation was. I don't know why I wanted to be everything opposite of you. I don't know why I turned out to be just like you. But I have to let that go, because I think I've hurt too many people in the past because of it.
And then I would submit to the court that even that person is damaged, because their overwhelming push of being this father and taking care of everyone else, still there's that void, there's something missing, there's that sadness. And so I would say that even that super dad who's been able to do this, they need to channel it beyond being a super father, but talking with the community, bringing the recognition, the knowledge that this is something that can be very destructive, not having a father in the home.
What makes it very hard for me not to put all of myself into this work, no matter where it comes from, because the work for me represents me. I don't want anybody else sitting in this chair if I can help it, having to tell this story. A, because I know how much it hurts me. I'm 51 years old. When someone says to me, get over it, it incenses me. My senses are going crazy because I want to scream at this person and say, do you really understand what not having a father in your life really does to someone like me? And for you to stand there and say to me, get over it, says two things. One, that my emotions are not valuable. And two, that what I say can't possibly be true, which means that I don't know my own reality. And so for me in this work, when I sit in this chair, and the reason I sit in this chair is because I've been blessed with the abilities to be able to do the things to at least hope and ensure that other boys, whether they black, white, Chinese, African, indifference, don't have to sit here and tell the same story. And so I really believe that that is, why I'm here. Again, for me, it's not a job, it's a calling. And my calling is to speak to the hearts of men.
Working it out for themselves, either through therapy, through prayer, through support groups, through giving back to the community, which is a catharsis, a therapy in itself. So that needs to be, just being the super father is not enough. You have to heal that hole, that wound that you have. And so what we like to see is a melding between the one who says, I'm really, really hurt and I can't do much positive. The one who says, I'm really, really hurt, so I'm going to be this super dad. Bringing them together to being an integrated person who says, yes, I'm hurt. Yes, there are many things that we're missing, but I'm also going to be a better person. But being that better person for myself and for my children also is about reconciling with my father. If my father's not there, if he doesn't want to reconcile, then eventually one day I will forgive him. Not to forgive him to make him feel better, but forgiving him so I can be a much more integrated and healthy person.
Anger is depression turned inward. I think that's how it goes. But yes, it's one of the manifestations. It's like if you can't do or be or understand, it's going to come out some kind of way. If you cannot get at the person who first wounded you, you will take it out on somebody else, which is why we need to be careful how we move through the streets.
Yeah, I heard someone say one time before that anger is a secondary emotion.
Yeah, it is. Hurt is the first emotion. Right. But our fatherless sons will not allow themselves to acknowledge, or haven't been given permission or skills or language to acknowledge that they are hurt. And we teach our young men to be hurt or to be vulnerable is to be weak. So we give them a false sense of security in that the more aggressive and brute they are, the greater they'll be seen as men.
Forgiveness is a trait that is absolutely divine. We know forgiveness is part of every religion. Forgiveness is about taking responsibility for oneself and how we may play into certain situations, though quite honestly, there is no responsibility I believe a boy should take for his father not being in his life, dad taking full responsibility for what's going on. And if dad can take responsibility, then forgiveness is something that certainly can be much easier to get from your son, much easier for the son to be able to do for dad. But be aware and let me be very specific here. A boy or even a man forgiving his father, ultimately, yes, it does help father, the dad. Yes, it does open the doors to having a more fulfilling life with his father. But more than anything else, that forgiveness will set that boy or that young man free to realize their potential, to love themselves, to lead a fulfilling life, and to be free of a generational curse that could have even been revisited upon his own son at some particular time. So forgiveness is certainly define?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared because well, it really don't mean anything until I do it. So, and I ain't gonna do it right now sitting here in this chair. So, I mean, if that's forgive. If you're telling me go to the grave and do it there, then I'm not doing it.
No, listen.
Okay. Okay.
You forget your father?
Okay.
You forget your father?
Give me a minute.
You forget your father? No, you don't want to because you're too scared of who you are.
I said, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Because I want to say it in the way it needs to be said.
It don't have to be no right to it.
I know it doesn't, but just give me my space. You talk about space. Give me my space. I came up with this, it was because I was thinking about my own anger. And I was thinking about the venomness that was in my anger. And to myself, I was saying to myself, this is something that people don't know about me. This is something that people don't know. This is something that people don't experience. I've got to tell the story. And it's crazy because I'm sitting here in this chair, and along this process, right, people have said, you gotta be in the film, you gotta tell your story. And I'm like, nah, this ain't about me. This ain't about me. This is about other boys. This is about other hurts. I just want to tell this story. I just want to get it out. And he's like, nah, you gotta tell your story. And it's crazy because the idea came from my story, but I don't want to be the story. I want people to see the story, but I don't want to be the story. Dear Daddy,
welcome back, y'all. Ooh-wee. Hit me in the chat. Give me one word that describes for you how you felt and what you saw in our presentation of Spit and Anger. Just one word. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you're feeling, just hit me in the chat right now. I really want to see how this resonated with you. And so we created this documentary in 2013, and it continues to have shelf life for us in being able to speak to this whole issue of anger as it relates to fatherlessness. And so it's a conversation that we must continue to lift up, we must continue to address, and we must continue to create healing places. Not only healing places, but also forgiveness places, right? Because holding on to that anger and holding on to those emotions can have an impact on you in a lot of different ways. Creates levels of stress and depression and hopelessness, all things that we have to be mindful of, that builds up specifically in little boys and stays with them throughout their early lives and their teenage lives. And sometimes the anger grows with the level of absence that they do not receive as a result of a father who is not spending time with their children, or not acknowledging their children, or not paying attention to the level of fathering that he has given his children. And so we have to be real mindful about how fatherlessness and father absent has an impact on our children, specifically our boys and our men. And then thank you again, Shadiqua Reynolds, for your perspective, the woman's perspective today on understanding black men. It is much, much appreciated. And in this work, ladies, we need you. We need your voice in this work, and we also know that you guys need our voice as well. And hopefully we can find ways to build solutions together for the betterment of our families and our children. Coming up next, in the next hour, we have another panel discussion and another great presentation. I bring to the stage my good brother Sean Dove, as well as Anthony Smith from the Corporation for Black Male Achievement, that's Sean Dove, and from Cities United, that's Anthony Smith. And they're just going to give us some reflections on the work that they're doing and also how mental health has been important to observe in their own lives and how they have found ways to not only do this work, but to be able to pay attention to their own lives, right? We always used to hear the story about the shoemaker's children who has holes in their shoes, right? And so those of us who do this not-for-profit work, whatever field you do this work in, oftentimes I tell people, and I'm not just the president or the CEO, I'm also a client of my own work, which many of us are. And so hearing reflections from them on how they deal with mental health and how they see mental health and the issue of mental health in their work is important. In addition to that, we're going to follow up with a great presentation by Dr. Latrice Rollins from the Morehouse School of Medicine, and she has a new book called Engaging and Working with African American Fathers. And so make sure that you follow the links to her page. She's going to give a presentation on the piece of her book that she actually addresses as it relates to mental health and dads. And so we look forward to these presentations. Again, do not forget the evaluations. All right? And so see you on the other side. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blueprint 2, where we are discussing Black men and mental health. We are relaunching our Cold Blue campaign that we started now some 10 years ago. I finally came across the paper that we did with Columbia University and Dr. Sidney Hankerson, where we went into 3 churches in New York: Abyssinian, Fifth Allen Cathedral, and St. Paul's in Brooklyn to look at depression amongst Black families in churches. And I think some of that research still holds true today, as it talked about then, that on average, Black women are diagnosed clinically depressed more than Black men, with the exception of when you look into Black churches. And what we learned is that inside of Black churches, Black men are more prevalent to having depression, being clinically depressed, than Black women. And the answer as to why is that for Black men, church is often the last refuge. Black women will look for other places to deal with their mental health issues, while Black men will wait to the last minute and go back to what they learned growing up. back to their faith. And so they end up in churches. And so today I am honored to have two extremely good friends of mine who have been toiling in this work for many, many years, who bring a lot of experience and inspiration and knowledge and solution, love, pain. They just bring everything to the table. And so I'm so excited about sitting back and listening to my brother Anthony Smith, who is the executive director of Cities United, and he is now in the city of Louisville, Kentucky, as well as my good brother Sean Dove, who is the CEO of the Corporation for Black Male Achievement. I love that corporation name. When I hear that corporation, I'm like, all right, now we doing our thing. Now we owning some stuff. And so what we're going to do in terms of format is both of these brothers are going to give us a 15-minute presentation. I'm going to allow them to tell them about themselves, because if I begin talking about both of them, I'm going to take all their time. And so we're going to start with, I think we said we're starting with you, Sean. Is that how it went?
No, I think we said we were starting with Anthony. Because I might not leave any time left if I go first.
All right, brother Anthony, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kenneth, and I appreciate that, Sean. I've been on many, many calls with my brother Sean, and I appreciate and understand. So really glad to be here with you all, man. I actually get the pleasure of spending time with Sean every Friday. Me, him, and Ron just have a conversation about all of this, right? Ron Walker, who's another one of my mentors and friends in this work. Again, Anthony Smith, born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky. Spent my whole life there, except for when I went away to school for a little while in Baltimore. Tried to get into Morgan State, didn't get the grade, so I had to come back home. Had to finish up at Northern Kentucky University, which is still proud of. More background, grew up in a family of 4 with my mom, Martha Robinson, who's a registered nurse, who has been doing a lot of work, who's my role model every day, who showed me what work in the world was about, not through words, but through actions, and really helped me get the foundation. When we were growing up in the Shawnee neighborhood, which is one of 9 historic neighborhoods in the West End. If you think about Louisville is a really segregated city, like most cities. Most of the Black folks in Louisville live in one of the 9 West End neighborhoods, and I grew up in the Shawnee neighborhood. It was really home to me, and it's still home to me. I was able to grow it. I had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. My grandmother lived around the corner. I had 2 aunts who lived around the corner. So I always had family close by. And it was just a place where I always felt safe and I felt welcome and home. Had a bunch of friends and I could walk anywhere, get anywhere I needed to go to. Went to school at Portland Elementary, which is another neighborhood that's in the West End, which is predominantly white. So out of that 9 neighborhoods, Portland was predominantly white. And we would walk through there and get chased out by grown men, just elementary school kids, just trying to go to school. Would get chased out of the neighborhood. I could not go to the swimming pool that was there without getting chased out and going home. But still always had other folks around me who helped protect us, right? So we never really got in trouble because there was always older kids around who made sure we were good. So Shawnee is still what I consider home. It's my home base. Louisville is home to me, but more importantly, the West End is home to me. As you know, that's the home of Muhammad Ali. It's also the home where Breonna Taylor was murdered. Excuse me on that, but she was murdered. So there's a lot in Russell. I mean, and not in Russell, in Louisville. And I tell folks all the time, you know, we were in the South. We were part of the Mason-Dixon line, right? You crossed over to Indiana, you were free. You crossed over to Ohio, you were free. But in Kentucky, you were not. So Kentucky's got a history that it has not grappled with like the rest of this country. But by the time I was 13 and in middle school, my mom took and remarried and moved us all from the West End, from home, from my family, from a lot of Black folks to the East End. When I'm talking about the East End, this is like the suburban East End, where I was at schools. My bus stops went from an urban bus stop to a bus stop where I'm looking at cows across the street, right? So it was a culture shock for a 13-year-old boy to go from being around mostly Black folks to being mostly around white folks with resources, right? Like not just resources, but resources. Hung out with kids who lived in mansions and had access to everything that they want. I tell people all the time, I saw more marijuana when I moved out to the East End with those white kids than I ever saw when I was in the West End with the Black kids. And these white boys were selling weed, didn't even need to, right? They were already living in mansions. It was just because they could. They had access and they could. So, you know, I got into a place where smoking marijuana and hanging out was more important than school. Dropped out of high school. And as I dropped out, it was a strange thing, right? So I was in high school, Eastern High School, and I'm watching my time. I was in Eastern High School because I want to talk a little bit about my work, but I know this is about us and the work that we do. And when I turned 18, I had this weird conversation with the vice principal and counselor. I tell my mom I can't even remember what was said, but there was an agreement that there was no need for me to come back because I didn't have enough credits to even get through, because I think I was still probably at a 10th grade level, right? I had been there for 4 years. So I ended up dropping out of school, working at Chuck E. Cheese. Only reason I went back and got my GED is because I wanted to be a manager at Chuck E. Cheese. And they said I could not be a manager if I didn't have my high school diploma and my GED. So all of that kind of grounded me. And then again, I knew I was going to college. I just knew I wasn't going to go this traditional route. I've never done anything traditional. And my mom tells me all the time she got to a place where she had to quit fussing because she just had to let me figure it out and find my way. And I think once she figured that out, it allowed me a lot of space to grow and experiment with her support, right? So it wasn't like we were bumping heads anymore. She was just supportive. Ended up going to JCTC the same month that I got my GED in the mail was the same month I enrolled in a community college. Went to community college for a while. Like I said to you all, tried to go to Morgan State and Baltimore. Didn't work out there, but came back home, ended up at Northern Kentucky University, got my BA, political science, and a minor in legal studies. Thought I was going to law school. Ended up working at child support as my first job out of college. Saw what those attorneys did and said, nah, this ain't what I want to do, because that was the only real representation of an attorney that I ever saw. But the beauty thing was, is like, at that job, I realized what I wanted to do. And it was really about it. My purpose was to make sure other young Black boys and girls had better opportunities, right? Had the opportunity to have first, second, third, and fourth chances to get this right. So I found an organization called Project Empower and was able to do outreach and recruit young people who had been pushed out and who was not in school, not working, and helping them get back into education, helping them find jobs. I did that for about 5 years. And then after that, when the grant ran out, another program the city opened up. They called me after I was unemployed for about 3 months and said, do you want to come and help us open up this new program? I'm like, sure. So I went in, helped them open up what's now called Kentuckiana, a youth career center in Louisville that really focuses, again, on 16 to 24-year-olds who have been pushed out of school, dropped out of school, not working, but need alternatives to something different. Did that for about 3 years. Then some friends came knocking on my door and said, we're ready to do some organizing. We need you to come help us do some organizing work with this organization called Network Center for Community Change. And the reason I went and did that work was because it allowed me not to just work with the young people, but with the families and communities. We were working with 4 neighborhoods at the time in Louisville and was really able to do some real organizing and in partnership with community, helping think about strategies around how people keep their houses, how people buy houses, how people find jobs, how kids go to school and do good in school. So I did that for about 5 years. Really, really was good work, exciting work. And then Louisville experienced a triple homicide in our city. We had a triple homicide where 2 young men were beefing with each other, ended up seeing each other on the streets. They shot each other. And then there was a scene, as there always is at a homicide, where the 2 young men the girls who they were dating showed up on the scene. And one of those young girls shot and killed the other girl in the midst of the media and the police. So the mayor called in a lot of people and said, what are we going to do different? So through a lot of that work, they ended up creating this new office called the Office for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods. And at the time when I was working at NC3, some folks asked me if I was interested in applying for it. Was not on my radar, was not thinking about it. But it made sense again, right? So again, every time somebody was knocking on my door, my territory and my work expanded. So they was like, okay, we need you to come in and help us think about violence prevention, right? And when the time, Kenneth and Sean, they were really looking at homicides, suicides, and overdose, right? So it wasn't just focusing on community violence, and it was focusing on other things that was taking place in the community. So I said yes, went through a lot of interviews with the mayor and other folks, and ended up being selected for that job and help open up that office in Louisville, which is still up and running today. It's on this third director, Monique Williams, who's running it, who is doing some amazing work. So I was there. I did that for about 3 years. And while I was there, I got the pleasure of meeting Sean, with the Campaign for Black Male Achievement now in the corporation. And was really able to connect and meet a lot of different things, not just Sean and his team, but other national organizations that was doing work in Louisville. One was Cities United. Cities United was a network of mayors and community members across the country who have come together to really say, how do we create safe, healthy, and hopeful communities for young Black men and boys? It was founded through a conversation through Mayor Nutter, former mayor of Philadelphia, and Dr. Bell, who's the president and CEO of Casey Family Programs. And they poured in some other folks, Sean, and Mayor Landrew, and NLC, and really created this space. And then about 3 years in with the mayor, as we were partnering with the Cities United and other folks, they created a position and they said, we want to make this initiative an actual program, and put out an announcement for an ED. And I looked at it and saw it, but I kept working and kept doing my work. But I got calls and people were asking me, am I looking at this? Am I going to apply for it? So I finally talked to my wife and looked at it and applied. And it got me to a place where, I went through an interview process there too. It's like 7 interviews, and ended up being selected to come run that thing, right? So I've been running that for the last 6 years. So that's the trajectory of how I got here. And I tell young people all the time, I don't think I could have ever written this path, right? I just had to be open and understand that once I found that purpose at child support, all those other doors just started opening up. Right. Once I was real clear that my work was around making sure that young Black folks had better opportunities and was able to take advantage of the opportunities that are on the table, everything else started opening up. So now that I've been at Cities United for the last 6 years, we went from, when I got on board, from 6 cities and 60 mayors in 60 cities, to now over 130, and continuing to grow. And really just trying to help cities reimagine what public safety is. Kenneth, as we talk about this work, when we think about public safety, it's not law enforcement, jails, and detention centers. That's not the thing that really keep our community safe, right? This really is about how do we make sure that our families have access to safe and affordable housing? How do we make sure that our families can get access to healthcare, both physical and mental? How do we make sure our families have access to livable wage jobs? And how do we make sure that our kids are getting the best education possible, right? So that we can all take advantage of this, all of the resources that this country has to offer. So it really is, how do we create safe and healthy and hopeful communities up front and not have to come back and do it after the bad stuff has happened, right? So when we come into a community, I'm gonna pull some slides up real quick. We're really looking at, again, reimagining public safety, moving to safe, healthy, and hopeful communities for young Black men and boys and their families, right? So we're clear about our work is about young Black men and boys and their families. And this is about creating safe, healthy, and hopeful communities for them. I'm only gonna do a couple of slides, and I'll get to a place where I can pause and give it to Sean. Cities United is committed to working with cities, communities, and young leaders. And we're real clear about young folks. Young people need to be at the table, especially those young people who are most impacted by community violence. Whether they are the victim, the perpetrator, or the witness, they need to be at the table helping us not only reimagine public safety, but redefine what it is and what it means, and helping us find solutions to that. You all know I don't have to walk through the data. We know that when you look at data across this country, majority of the folks who are impacted by community violence or shootings and homicides are young Black men and boys living in neighborhoods of high disadvantage. But also, we cannot talk about community violence if we're not going to talk about police violence. Police violence and community violence are tied together. They both are symptoms of structural and institutional racism, and have policies that have created all of this to happen. So we want to make sure that we talk about that. We put those two problems out and we talk about those as intertwined and interconnected, and we got to be addressing both of them at the same time. So between 2014 and 2020, as you see here, over 13,935 folks have been, there's been that many officer involved incidents, whether the suspects were injured or killed. So these are numbers that we can't not deal with and we cannot run away from. So we want to make sure that we're having that conversation, and we're having that conversation in cities with mayors and with community members and with police chiefs and folks who can make a difference, because they have policy, they write the policy, they operate the budgets, and they can really help us move these things differently. A couple of more things is that when we're talking about this, our solutions are, how do you interrupt the current cycle of community violence? How do you stop young people or people from dying today? And how do you intervene? And how do you use best practices to do that? And also, as we talk about this work, how do you dismantle the systems of equity, as I talked about earlier, that creates this environment for these things to happen? And then once we do all of that, how do we invest in the new sustainable of new administrative and operational activity, right? Because again, if we're reimagining public safety, and then we can get to a place where we reimagine, we redefine, that means we got to reallocate our resources to support this new way of being, right? That means we got to figure out what's the right size of law enforcement if we need law enforcement, right? What's the right size of our judicial system if we need it? And if we need it, is it more restorative than it is punitive? So we're really having a conversation around what public safety is and what it means and how do we move this country to a different place. Last thing I'll show is that when we think about public safety and we think about what a city should look like and how it should operate, it would look like this. You would have all of these things moving in partnership with each other, where you can see different things happening, right? From making sure where you see boost education, that we have an educational system that works for all kids, all of our kids, and focus on young Black men and boys and women and girls making it out of the community, out of the educational system with skills that they're going to need. And I also want to mention that in the middle here, you see it talks about healing-centered engagement, right? How do we engage in our work with healing in mind? Because we know that a lot of us, if you living in the Black community, if you grew up Black, you've been through some trauma. And we need to make sure that we do our work with a healing-centered approach, and we're thinking about it in a way that really thinks about not just how do I get to the next thing, but how do I get to the next thing with a better, and a better headspace and in a better mental space. Also talking about building an inclusive economy. How do we make sure that there's an economy that we can all participate in? And how do we have that conversation? Last thing I'll say about this slide, because there's a lot of details in it, is that we also want to make sure that we're implementing and we're helping cities implement an asset framing communication strategy. You know, our friends over at Be Me talk about this all the time. Trey Bean and his team is really around making sure that we start with what's the best of us and talk about the good in us and talk about what we bring to the table. And that helps us make about solutions differently and help us move different. And really help us think again, not only reimagining public safety, but redefining it so that it gets to a place where we all have the best outcomes possible, right? So if you think about my life's work and you think about this journey that we've been on, this document that the team put together under the leadership of Quaniqua on our team really shows what it looks like to me, right? This is what I felt like. I didn't have all of this stuff, but this is what I felt like when I grew up on Parker and in Portland in the Shawnee neighborhood, is that I felt like I was connected to this kind of a neighborhood and this kind of a system that supported me and cared about me and just thought about me in a different way. So again, excited to be here, looking forward to the conversation, and I'm gonna turn it back over to you, Kenneth.
Man, thank you so much, Anthony. You left, man, I was writing notes like crazy as you were talking. I'm going to leave some of it for when you, or when we, the three of us, possibly four of us, come back to talk about this. But I do want to say this. One of the words that has been striking me for the last several years is this whole notion of redefine and reimagine. And one of the challenges that I have with those two words is that it dismisses the reality of what is, right? It almost leads you to think that in order for us to really understand Black men, Black families, that we have to redefine who they are. So it dismisses the good qualities of them. Reimagine means to me that you have to kind of dismiss all that you see and imagine them in a different way. And what it has led me to, and I'm so glad you put that too, because I got to pick this up again. I've been using this term refresh, right? It's not reimagine and it's not redefine. It is literally refreshing how we see each other, right? Reset, right? Because there were a time that we saw each other in the beauty that we want to see each other now. And we didn't have to reimagine who we were. We knew who we were. We didn't have to redefine who we were. We knew who we were, right? That's the same thing today, but we've been clouded by all of those. That map was incredible because I think everything in that map is the thing that distorts how we see each other. And it's not until we're able to deal with all that and lift that body up that we can actually refresh, right? And literally get back to seeing ourselves the way we've always seen ourselves. I don't know if that resonates with you, but when I saw that, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it does. But I think when we talk about reimagine and redefine it, it's actually the systems and not the people.
Gotcha.
Right? Yeah. So when we're talking about our work, when you see the map, it's talking about all of those systems, to your point, that has worked hard to discount who we are.
Right.
And put us in a place where when people see us, they think all of these things when we know all of these things, right? So for us, the reimagine and the redefining is of the system and actually of the and what we consider what public safety is, right? So for us, when we're talking about reimagining and redefining, it's never about Black folks. We think Black folks are beautiful, and we think Black folks are doing what they do. And if you really saw who we really were, right, you would, which you already do, which is why you put all these things around to make sure that other people don't see, right? So for us, the refresh and the reading, I didn't refresh because it needs to be redesigned as the systems that consistently work against us. So for us, I'm with you 100%. I need us to value us more. I need us to understand that we are already doing what we're supposed to do. We're already are great. You know, the data shows that we show up more for our kids than any other person.
Absolutely.
Right. So we do what we're supposed to do, but that's not what the narrative is. And the system has been so powerful against us that people don't even believe that we do that.
Wow. Good stuff, brother. Good stuff, man.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Good Lord, man. Bless you, man. As the
I'm
old
good.
saint.
I can just like sit back here and just listen to you and Kenny and Anthony kick it, and I'm just like so honored and humbled, like just to be with you brothers, whom I love dearly. Kenny, 15 years ago, we connected when I was publishing Proud Papa, and you were launching or had already launched Fathers Incorporated, and just so proud of all that you've done. And you said 15 years ago that you wanted to be the nation's leader in promoting responsible fatherhood, and specifically for Black men. You spoke it, right? And it's happening. And you know, my brother Anthony, one of the things he shared in the beginning, every Friday, Anthony and brother Ron Walker, who is the elder of the group, we come together Fridays at 12 noon on Zoom to not talk about strategic plans, not talk about logic models. We talk about, you know, the love we have for each other, where we are stumbling, where we are hurting, and what I love about both of you brothers as I look at you on the screen. You know, I just thank you for allowing me. I've been vulnerable in front of both of you, right? And you both have seen, you know, me cry, right? You know, it's not always the Magic Johnson smile, right? You have seen me in moments, and I am just grateful that I am growing, have come of age in an era where Black men feel safe enough with each other to say, I love you, I'm hurting, I'm crying, because our fathers did not have permission to do that, right? They had to white knuckle things, right? And I'm just coming. Is this part of my 15 minutes? This is. You know, I lost track. I thought this was part of the segue, and so I wanted just to show. You know, you asked me to talk a little bit about my body of work, right? And I didn't know where to begin, right? At 59 years old, it's turned 59, and like, you know, how grateful that is for us, right? We all got a little gray, and how many we recount in our individual stories that we didn't have to be here, right? There were points in our stories when we did not have to be here, decisions or one thing, one corner that we were on. If we were on another corner, we would not be here. And just grateful because I feel at the tender age of 59, I am just getting started. So I'm gonna share my screen here and go through a few slides, and they're not in order. And as you shared, Kenny, I'm the founder of the Corporation for Black Male Achievement, which is a consultant and publishing enterprise that really focuses on elevating stories of loving, learning, and leading by and for Black men and boys, and with a special focus on our young men between the 18 to 25-year-olds, right? And as you know, for the last dozen years, I led the campaign for Black Male Achievement. And most of those years, I was talking about launching a corporation for Black Male Achievement. And here we are, right? And, I just wanted to invite a few folks into the room with me. And that is my dove nest right there, married to my divine mate, Desiree. Don't she look happy to be next to me and all thrilled and whatnot? Had to search for a picture where she looked real happy. And the most important line of my bio is the bottom line: married to my divine mate, and the father of Nia, Maya, Cameron, and Caleb. And as you know, Kenny, I've told stories. Some days my prayer is like, forgive them, Lord. They know not that they dance on my last nerve. And when we're talking about fatherhood, it has been the most rewarding opportunity that God has given me. And it has also been the most stretching and challenging opportunity that God has given me. But this is why I do the work, and that's the dove nest. I also wanted to invite into the room our sister Terry Williams, right? And we have done work with dear Terry, and we cannot talk about depression, mental health. It was Terry in 2005 in her article in Essence magazine, where she pulled her own covers and expressed that she was dealing with clinical depression. She wrote the book, Black Pain, with the subtitle, It Just Looks Like We Are Not Hurting. Two things that Terry told me over my years, mentoring words. One, I had to come speak to a group of young people when I was running a youth newspaper in Harlem. And Terry said to the young people, I think she was talking to me also, if you are not leaving your house most days with butterflies in your stomach because of what you are being called to do, your life is pathetic. I kind of thought like, damn, Terry, that's a kind of a little harsh for the kids, right? Pathetic, but that was the word. You know how Terry is, right? And I thank her for that, because there are some days and some mornings I'm waking up and I'm feeling the butterflies, and I'm embracing those butterflies. And something else Terry said, she said, what you think could be your curse could be actually your calling in disguise, right? And so wanted to bring her in as I talk about the skeleton of the body of my work, and can't help but lift up the spirit of Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's mother, who in her courageous spirit in 1955 said, no, we are going to have an open casket, and we are going to show the world what hate and racism did, and white supremacy did to my son. And I bring this up in the spirit of Emmett Till because I was recently watching the Muhammad Ali documentary, and Muhammad Ali was talking about the impact that Emmett Till's murder had on him and his psyche. As I was growing up in later adolescence, the Atlanta child murders, right? I'm in the Northeast, but in Atlanta, and hearing these stories and not realizing what a traumatic effect that had on me, right? And so I just wanted to bring her in the room, and I, of course, had to bring my mom, Deanna. And one of the things my mother used to say to me was that, Sean, I don't have to ask you what you're doing, right, when I come home. All I gotta look and see who you're hanging with, right? And that will tell me what you are up to, right? I wanna make sure Mom sees this Zoom, this presentation, because she knows that I'm hanging with Kenny, I'm hanging with Lawrence, and I'm hanging with Anthony, and so she could be proud, right? And I just wanna say, we were rocking the top knot and the afro back then in the 70s, right? And I bring all that because I did not get here alone. Most of my education came from UCLA, and that's the university on the corner of Lenox Avenue, right there on 119th Street and Lenox Avenue in Harlem. And in my formative years, early years, you know, I stayed with my mom in the South Bronx on the weekends, and stayed with my godmother on 119th Street and Lenox Avenue. And Anthony talked about that sense of a community, right? And my godmother, she ran numbers with Nicky Barnes's father, Roy Barnes. And if you ever saw the movie Lackawanna Blues, that was my experience, right? There were boarders in this huge Harlem apartment. Lel, the big mom, she took care of other kids. And while I was an only child, I had these siblings all around me, and so much of just my early years right there, UCLA, the university on the corner of Lenox Avenue, you know, playing hot peas and butter, sticking my, gathering and sticking your sneakers in the circle, and engine number 9 going down Chicago line. If the train go off the track, do you want your money back? You know, yes, Y-E-S, and you are not it. And just those memories, the sense of community, yes, there was violence in the community. Yes, there was addiction and nodding out, but there was still this sense of community. And one of the games we played at UCLA and the University of Cornell of Lenox Avenue was called freeze tag, right? You remember freeze tag. And so much of my work and what I've tried to create is emblematic of freeze tag. Because with freeze tag, when you get tagged, you can't move. You're frozen, right? And the person that's it, their job is to tag and freeze everybody, right? And we got a it that we're fighting that's trying to freeze us, right? Freeze our dreams, freeze our goals, freeze our families. But if you were free and not yet tagged, you can go and tag somebody else and you will free them, right? And some people, when they were free, they were just busy dodging and, making sure that they did not get caught. Whenever I was free, I was intent on trying to tag as many people as I could so I can free them up, right? And that is so much about this work that I'm committed to, and just a touch, right? And sometimes it's a touch, sometimes it's a word, sometimes in my career it's been a grant, but being able to, and as we all know, and we're talking about mental health and wellness and community violence, there are too many brothers, sisters in our communities that are frozen and that they need a touch, right? And freeze tag. All right, just want to move on. That's young Sean and hanging out, and I shared earlier, many days, right, and times, making the wrong turn or hanging with the wrong person, I would not be here. Those are my homeboys, Sad Sack with the hat and Puppet. Those are their nicknames. They used to call me Yogi because I look like Yogi Bear. And we are sitting here on the steps of the Dome Project, which was a youth program that we got involved in, right? And I was like trying to sell loose joints, all of us on the corner of 80th Street, right? And, we already heard Anthony's story. We know he know about loose joints. So, Kenny, don't act like you don't know about loose joints. And Lawrence, I don't know if you're on the screen. I'm calling you out. Don't you know that you, and I didn't need to sell those loose joints, right? But I was just hanging out. But I got involved in this youth program called the Dome Project. And that is us when we were like 15 years old. And, got my slide. And that's us just a couple of years ago, and just blessed. And we have all, we're survivors. We have survived addiction. We have survived incarceration. We have survived trauma. We didn't even know that it was trauma. And so much as we talk about this work and what my work is like, there's stuff that I didn't even know that was trauma, right? And we were talking about the rewords, right? The reimagine, the refresh. But I think we also need to bring reframe into the conversation, right? Because I told a story for all of my life, my Harlem resiliency story. And it wasn't until 57, when I was 57, that I had to realize two things could be true. Yes, it was my Harlem resiliency story, right? The first day that I traveled the train by myself at 9 years old, got abducted, almost got killed, right? Lucky to be here. That was always my Harlem resiliency story. It wasn't until years later that I was like, that was trauma. And I cried more at 57 than I did at 9 years old when I realized. And one of the things that we have to do is stop normalizing in our communities, in Black communities, a trauma as just the Black experience, right? And that it's okay. So let me keep it moving. The power of community, and talk about my body of work. This is a group of young people, intergenerational group, in a published Harlem Overheard. That's our storefront. And there's a young brother in this picture right here, Saladin Betts. This is Saladin and his youth in the mid 90s, and watching Saladin just transform from a graffiti artist to a graphic designer. And this is the ethos of, my body of work. And y'all know my hero is Muhammad Ali, right? I got Muhammad Ali. He has my back. He's over my left shoulder. And when we talk about mental health and wellness and healing, too often we talk about our victorious days like this, right? You know, days when we done knocked out Sonny Liston first round, first minute. And what we don't talk and get vulnerable enough about are days like this, when life knocks the mess out of us, when we fall and our best laid plans go awry and we stumble. And this for me is the more iconic picture, because for me, this is the picture when Ali got up. He had every right or reason to stay on that canvas on the 15th round, his third fight after the US government prevented him for boxing and earning a livelihood. And Joe Frazier hit him with a left hook right here that Ali's ancestors felt in Africa. But he got up. And we got to tell our stories of resiliency when we're talking about health, healing, and trauma and community violence. And as you know, was blessed to use the inspiration and the life legacy of Muhammad Ali to create Rumble, Young Man Rumble. And this is one of our morning spiritual workshops, men and women coming together to heal. And one of the things that I'm most proud of in the work of the Campaign for Black Male Achievement was creating BMA health and healing strategies. It was, I think, the 5th Rumble in the Ali Center, the intergenerational session. Susan L. Taylor and Reverend Alfonso Wyatt were facilitating, and then the question of depression came up. And someone asked, how many of us, the leaders, these are the leaders, the cavalry. I talk about the cavalry, there's no cavalry coming to save the day. We are the iconic leaders that we have been waiting for. Half the room raised their hand saying that they have dealt with depression over the last 3 months. And then the second question was, how many of us have thought about suicide? And we were all aghast when we looked around the room and folks that kept their hands up. And we created BMA health and healing strategies to address our well-being as leaders, right? And Kenny, don't worry about time. I'm not going to show the video, right? So we're going to be good, so we can kick it. But that's the ethos of the work right here, and I have been able to see Black men in circles of trust, just like this, cry about father wounds, Black men in their 50s, women sharing stories about abuse and being able to come together in healing and trusting environments. And yes, connecting with the services and the therapeutic work that needs to happen after that, right? And so if there is this, if there was an image, when we talk about the body of work, if you want to know about the body of my work, I would capture it in this image, right? But I do have to say as I close that I'm just grateful to be here, right? In the video that I'm not going to show, it chronicles and tells the story of my addiction. You saw the picture of me with the afro with Lenny and Dave, right? If we weren't coming from the corner, we were on our way to the corner, smoking joints, drinking Old English, right? And doing all kinds of stuff, right? Which I thought was, at the time, I was okay. But that led to a progressive addiction, right? And I remember 32 plus years ago being the executive director of that same youth program that I grew up in. I had it all planned out. This is the platform on 34th Street and Penn Station, the Sea Line, uptown. I was going to jump on these tracks and grab the third rail because I didn't think that there was any kind of freedom or liberation for the pain that I was feeling, the shame that I was feeling around my addiction. But God intervened and connected me with someone that led a therapeutic community, right? And I did not jump on those tracks, right? I got on that train, and on September 1st, 1989, began my recovery process, right? And that's part of my body of work. That's part of my healing. And this picture is on that platform because, look, years later, every day taking New Jersey Transit, going to work, it dawned on me one day going to my offices at the Campaign for Black Male Achievement. Damn, I'm standing on the same platform that I was going to jump off of 30 years ago. And I say this because there is somebody that is watching this right now that is on a platform of their own, right? And that they're wondering, can they make it or whether they're going to jump? And I'm a testament that so much has happened in the 3 decades from my family, from my work, from meeting you good brothers that would not have happened if I would have jumped and grabbed that third rail. And as I close, you know, the power of just one, when we're talking about healing, of connecting hearts and heads with another brother. When I'm with leaders, I say, you gotta have and use a mentor, a coach, and a therapist, right? And what I am just thrilled to see with in the midst of the pandemic, an increasing number of Black men raising their hand and saying, I need help. That there is less and less stigmatization around mental health, right? Less and less shame around going to a therapist, right? And it's all connected with community violence, right? Because if you're believing that you're valuable, that you're healthy, and when I think of Cities United, and Anthony didn't share that, I don't think that they just celebrated their 10-year anniversary. We're talking about safe, healthy, and hopeful. It's hope that when I had a gun in my hand, the senior year, the summer before my senior year of college, visited my father in San Francisco, decided I was gonna go show them San Francisco boys how, you know, we play ball from New York, got into an altercation, guy got in my face, I realized he had 30 of his friends, it was just me. I had to like slink out of this schoolyard. I couldn't let them see that tear that dropped, right? I think you wrote a book like that, Kenny, when the tear won't fall. But when I got back to my father's apartment, I remembered the gun that he had showed me that first night when I got there. And I pulled out that gun, concocted a plan of going back to that park, shooting that guy, getting away from the other 30 guys that were in the park, laying low for 2 days, then going back east and finishing my starting my senior year of college. But as I had that gun, I had what Anthony talks about with safe, healthy, and hope. I had so much hope. I had mentors. I had a reason not to go back. And so much of what we're talking about this evening is about how do we foster and build and instill a sense of hope, wellness, and starting with our own mental health and well-being. So I'm going to just stop there and just open it up for us to do what we do.
So we ain't got no more time to do what we do. We got literally 4 minutes. And so
Anthony took up all that time, man.
I didn't want to, like, you guys were, man, I was just listening and listening. I think that, you know, there is nothing like hearing the voices of resiliency, right? There's nothing like hearing the journey of men who weren't supposed to make it. Like, you weren't supposed to be here. That's what they said. You weren't supposed to be here. And yet here you are, right? That story is powerful in and of itself. It's almost like, you know, when you're at church and the preacher gets like deep in there, like ain't nobody trying to break the spirit. Like everybody's in there. It's like, you let the spirit do what, let the Holy Ghost do what the Holy Ghost is going to do. You don't jump in that. That's kind of, as I'm listening to the two of you, your transformational stories of resiliency, right? Stick-to-itiveness, right? Never giving upness, all of those kinds of things that particularly our youth need to hear. So I do have one question for the two of you, and I need to hear both of your responses to this. And that is, if you could take yourself, Sean, back to 119th Street, and Anthony, take yourself back to Baltimore as that youth that wasn't ready to go to college in the way that everybody thought you were supposed to go to college. And everybody had a path and plan for your life that you knew wasn't the true path and plan for your life. In those moments, or in that moment for the both of you, what did you believe was in it for you?
So, just want to be clear, what was in it with the activities and how I was living at the time. So,
what was the future? What was your vision? Why keep going? What was in it? Like, something had to be in it. Like, something we don't talk about it. Like, in those moments, standing on that, because I've been in those trains. I know what that standing on, listening to the number 2 train barrel down with 1,000 people around you and having those kinds of thoughts in your head. There was something greater than ending your life in you that you hung on to.
Yeah.
What was it?
So, Kenny, I would tell you, for me, it was divine intervention. I was AWOL for a week at my best friend's. I left my job as the executive director. No one knew where I was. I went to Trenton and spent the week with my best friend. And the plan was I was going to finish my drugs and come back and jump on those tracks. And during that week, he had his newborn daughter. And each day that passed, and me watching his interaction with his daughter, God just said to me, it ain't time for you yet, right? And it wasn't like I heard the words of God, the voice of God. It was just a knowing that there was, and it wasn't my will. It was just divine intervention, right? It was not like I had a list of 10 reasons to live, and I was checking those, and no, I'm not going to jump. At my lowest moment, God just intervened and said, no, I have a plan for you, right? And I heeded that plan.
How about for you, Anthony?
Yeah, that's a good question, Kenneth. And I don't know if I can say what was in it, but I think I've always saw something there, right? I knew there was a future. I knew there was a reason. And I think a lot of it goes back to, again, watching my mom do her thing and understanding that if she can do what she did raising 4 kids, and she had a non-traditional way as well, right? So, I think people forget I watched her as a 14-year-old mom raising kids. And I think, you know, when I came around, she was still in her 20s, not just raising kids, but going to nursing school, right? And working and buying a home. So you see all of these possibilities and don't know what your future is, but you know you have one, right? And I think it was because she was so clear in what her future was, and made it impossible for me not to think I had one, but also allowed me, like I said, the freedom to figure out what it was. I think once my mom got okay with me being in a non-traditional path, that gave me a lot of freedom, like I said, just to experiment and be. And when you've got that kind of support from your mother or somebody in your life, you think anything's possible, right? So again, I didn't know what. Like I said to you when I was talking, there was no way that I could have ever written what I'm doing today when I was a kid, because I didn't know it existed. Right? Because it didn't exist, right? It didn't exist until it was time for me to move into it. So just always knew there was something, just didn't know what it was. And I knew I had to take certain steps to get there. I just knew I wasn't going to do it on anybody else's terms with my own.
You know, Kenny, that graphic that you like, I know we're getting close to time if we're not there. The graphic that Anthony showed of the city and the connected systems, right? And, you know, we're battling systemic and structural oppression. But the model of safe, healthy, and hopeful communities, and to, you know, fully answer your question, there was still a reason to hope for the future. The challenge that we have now is that there are too many of us and too many of young people that don't have no hope. Why? I'm gonna pull this trigger or I'm gonna commit suicide because there's no hope for the future, right? And so that's on our generation's hands as community. Obviously, there's the greatest systemic oppression, but how do we infuse a hope and a reason to live in our communities, right? And I often ask, how do you quantify hope? And I'm just looking at it right here in front of me, and you know, Black men that are forging, you know, this pathways for hope. So that's how I stay hopeful.
Yeah. So, man, thank you so much for your transparency, for your honesty, for your directiveness, for showing up when we call, right? You know, we make the call, Lawrence make the call, you guys answer. That's a blessing in and of itself for me, because there's a lot of people you call that don't answer the phone, right? There's a lot of people you reach out to.
Hold up, I have an option to say no to you.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
I can say no.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Like that's what happens when you get older and you're sitting around the Thanksgiving table and your mother says something, you're like, wait a minute, Mom, wait. I had an option. I didn't have to eat those green beans. Yeah, you didn't have to eat them, but you didn't need to know that at that point in time, right?
You said.
And so I'm gonna end, you know, with you guys telling everyone how they can get in touch with you, but I want to add one since we are on the thing today, right? And I think it's part of our work moving forward. I think it's part of our work specifically as it relates to children and youth. And I think it's part of the extension of the narrative that the two of you just gave in terms of that thing that did not diminish, and that is spirit. Like, there's a lot of things that can die in you, but for some odd reason, God will not allow spirit to die in Black people. And I think the connection between us and youth is the rekindling of spirit. It is to help them understand that regardless of how you see yourself in the world, right? We grew up in these concrete jungles and we looked around and it looked hopeless. But in those jungles, a rose always grew in the granite. So we saw the example of things that manifest itself in places and environments that wasn't supposed to happen. And that's connected to spirit. And I think what our people, particularly our youth, need to see today is examples of roses growing out of the granite. So that when times get the hardest for them, the one thing that won't distinguish is their spirit. I think it's in them, right, already. But I think we had more of a grasp on it existing than they do. Because Big Mama, Grandmama, Auntie wouldn't allow us to forget that regardless of all that other stuff you got going on in your life, I know God is still in you. I know spirit is still in you, and you may not recognize it. You may not absorb it. You may not even connect with it, but there's going to be a day, right, that you're going to be standing on the edge of a train track, and that little thing I call spirit is going to swell up in you, and it's going to speak to you. And it's going to be the difference. It's going to make the difference in your life. And I think that is the message of rekindling that we have to do for our youth, to let them know that that thing existed in our ancestors, it exists in us, and it exists in them. Having said that, good brothers, man, I love y'all to death, and as my good friend Frank Malone said, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
That was Bishop Darren Ferguson's line, but I love you too, and I love you, brothers, and keep on pressing, right?
My name is Kenneth Braswell. I'm the CEO of Fathers Incorporated based here in Atlanta. Our mission is to serve dads and to strengthen families one dad at a time. As an agency here in Atlanta serving dads, to be able to have 29 dads show up, meet the milestone of finishing curriculum, right, and understanding the importance of being in the lives of their children was a major thing for us. In the first year of our grant, we're charged with training 100 fathers in the first year, 900 over the next 5 years. And so even though we've already had graduates that have took place virtually, to be able to finally get in the same space with these dads, to watch the smiles on their faces, to see the joy in the faces of their families, and to see them with their children, and to see their families love on them, this is the highlight of my year. And this is just a start, because now I'm looking forward to doing this over and over and over again for the next 4.5 years, if not longer.
To be a part of the organization, or to be a part of it just from a supporter standpoint, is phenomenal. Like, who doesn't want to have their black man encouraged inside of the world when they're going outside? The world beats them up. You know, you can give spiritual guidance, you can give, you know, healing talks, stuff of that nature, but it's nothing like having a program to reconfirm in the world that you are worth something.
You know, as dads, you know, we're often looked at as, you know, based on our physicality. You know, we're big, we're strong, the protectors, but there's also another side of us that's, you know, we're nurturers as well. We can be gentle, we can be loving, we can be caring, and we want to get men to understand it's okay to have emotions and recognize you have emotions. So there's both sides of it, the physicality and the gentle side.
A father is a man who expects his children
to be as good as he is meant to be. You are loved, my dear Black kings. Take hold of it. Understand this accomplishment today is one of many.
I'm Dr. Latrice Rollins, and I'm honored to speak with you about engaging and working with African American fathers in mental health services, which is a chapter in our book entitled Engaging and Working with African American Fathers, Strategies and Lessons Learned. While there is a specific chapter in the book focused on mental health services, several chapters about different types of fathers and services have this common thread of the need for more mental health services and support. Whether it is the father experiencing homelessness, the father taking care of his mother who has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, the father coming out of prison. African American fathers have a high need for mental health services, yet remain one of the most underserved populations in the field. While we know fatherhood has mental health benefits, and it is a protective factor for children and for fathers, African American fathers are 1.5 times more likely to experience a major depressive episode. The number of adverse social and economic factors that African American fathers face, from racism, discrimination, life events such as work, health, and family, in addition to the feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and invisibility due to racism and sexism, they all contribute to the mental health conditions of African American fathers. Some African American fathers are also dealing with adverse childhood experiences and unresolved trauma. However, the symptoms of depression and mental illness among these fathers is often underestimated, undiagnosed, and untreated. As with women, fathers will present with feelings of sadness, heaviness, numbness, and sometimes irritability and mood swings. Withdrawal from social situations, indecisiveness, and cynicism are also hallmark signs of depression among adult men. Here is an example of a father who was seeking help for anger management, which turned out to be a form of depression. The client is a 35-year-old African-American married father of 3. He was dealing with anger management issues and how to appropriately discipline his child. We discovered that there was some underlying trauma that was never resolved that was still affecting him. He was open with sharing, so we were able to work through it. We were able to have him identify the norm and understand his relationship with his parents was not the typical parent-child relationship. It was an abusive situation. Resolving his past trauma helped to shed light on how he was interacting with his own family. He was mimicking some of the same negative behaviors that he experienced when he was being raised. After working through it, we acknowledged that his unresolved trauma caused his depression. Depression can manifest itself in many different ways, such as isolation or anger. It can go from one extreme to another. Initially, he came in for anger management, which affected the family and his relationships with other people, but it turned out to be manifesting in depression. Health and social service settings must do a better job of including fathers in mental health assessments. There is a need for culturally relevant, male-specific tools to assess, prevent, and treat mental health issues among African American fathers. Including fathers in family services provides an opportunity for fathers' partners to help identify behaviors and symptoms that the father is not conscious of, and it may allow an opportunity to address issues before they impact the functioning of the father and the family. Our book also highlights the use of motivational interviewing as a best practice with African American fathers. Motivational interviewing recognizes and accepts that fathers who need to make changes in their lives are at different levels of readiness to do so. So this approach allows the staff or the practitioner to tailor the content or the format of their help and services to match the participant's readiness to change. The staff attempts to understand the client's expectations, their beliefs, their perspectives, and their concerns about changing their behaviors. During a visit, the client or the father is expected to do most of the work and most of the talking, while the staff is an engaged, problem-solving partner, structuring the conversation using motivational interviewing principles that produce movement toward change. The client makes their own decisions about the change, which has been found to also increase their commitment to change. Of all the health concerns faced by African American fathers, mental health challenges may be among the most stigmatized. While African American fathers are less likely to seek care and services, there has been a lack of a healing response, historically and systemically, from many health and human service systems and practitioners. In fact, many of these systems re-traumatize and dehumanize when African American fathers reach out for assistance. Since their arrival on these shores, African American men and fathers are viewed as responsible for any negative situations that they experience and not deserving or worthy of assistance. It's for this very reason that I don't like the Frederick Douglass quote that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. While that statement might be true, it may be easier to work with children. It implies that working with children is a more worthwhile endeavor. It may be harder to repair broken men, but they deserve just as much attention, and just as much effort, if not more. A healthy African American father helps his child to excel in school and his recreational activities. They help their child to socialize them to navigate racism. They protect their family and their community against crime, and a healthy father prevents his children and his partner from having poor mental health as well as committing suicide. Practitioners need to embrace trauma-informed and healing-centered approaches. A trauma-informed approach assumes that any negative behaviors are the symptom of a deeper harm rather than willful defiance, deviance, or disrespect. It encourages support and treatment to the whole person rather than focusing only on treating symptoms or specific behaviors. A healing-centered approach is holistic, which involves culture, spirituality, civic action, and collective healing. It focuses on experiences, knowledge, skills, and positive traits to be enhanced rather than symptoms that need to be suppressed. Healing-centered approaches highlight the ways in which culture can contribute to healing by focusing on creating a sense of community and belonging. Often, fathers don't feel a sense of belonging in health and human service settings. Fathers often share that they feel ignored or invisible to staff. So there is a lack of safe, trusted spaces for fathers to open up and talk about their mental and emotional health. Our book also describes group work as a way to address this. Groups for African American fathers can provide them an opportunity to change traditional ways of relating to each other and encourage a different kind of support built on better ways of using each other in the community to change their life circumstances. Groups can assist African American fathers understand and balance external issues such as racism and internal issues such as disillusionment, loneliness, and self-doubt. While African American fathers tend to avoid the stigma of engaging in therapy, they enjoy the opportunity to communicate with and learn from others that are facing similar issues. Civic action is also important, particularly here in Georgia, where I am, where we rank 49 out of the 51 states in the number of uninsured males. We have federal parity policies that say that mental health will be regarded by insurance companies as just as important as physical health and will be covered as such. Yet so many of our fathers are uninsured and lack access to care. In March of this year, we held a virtual Fatherhood Leadership Summit with leaders from 11 different sectors with the purpose of developing strategies to promote and support father engagement in Metro Atlanta. One of the strategies that was identified was supporting the inner healing of fathers. The action plan for this strategy includes father-led workshops with other fathers on mental and emotional health, community events to celebrate fathers and discuss mental health coping strategies, and connecting fathers to virtual and in-person group and individual counseling. This highlights that clinical settings are not the only road to healing. Healing can also start in the community with trained and trusted individuals and organizations. African American fathers are willing to get help when they are ready. Therefore, it is really important to meet them where they are and be prepared to assess and address their needs. African American fathers' mental health not only impacts their health, but the health of their children, families, and communities. Now is the opportunity to lead the discourse on the need for and complexities of practice with African American fathers, while social and political attention is focused on the systemic inequities that this population faces.
We are rounding third base, and we're about to slide into home base. I hope that you guys enjoyed Sean Dove and Anthony Smith and their reflections and stories about the work that they do specifically for dads and men, and how they are handling and how they have dealt with the issue of mental health in their own lives, as well as our good sister Dr. Latrice Rollins and the work that she's doing at the Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. She's doing some awesome work in building collaborations and trying to harness the strength of the not-for-profit business, corporate, political structure in Atlanta to get around this thing we call responsible fatherhood. So we locked arms in arms with her in doing that work in partnership with many others here in Atlanta that are concerned about making sure that we provide the level of resources and support for our fathers that they need. But in this next hour, you're going to hear from Dr. Jeff Gardia and Lorenzo Wright. Dr. Jeff Gardia is America's psychologist, and Lorenzo Wright is the founder of the Confess Project. And he also is doing some great work around the country, originated out of Arkansas and now doing some work here in Atlanta and training barbers to be able to have critical discussions with their clients around mental health and well-being and self-care. And he's training barbers to be able to be articulators of the conversation, narrators of the conversation, not trying to train psychiatrists and psychologists and therapists and counselors, right? Just individuals who understand the nuance and the healing power of having conversation with trusted individuals and being able to share their emotions without feeling so vulnerable in that process. And so make sure that you hang for the next hour or so with those guys as we talk about mental health in that fire chat with them. And so thank you so much, and I'll see you at the end. Evaluations, evaluations, evaluations. Don't forget that, okay? Make sure you fill out those evaluations and enjoy the last segment before we end for the day, and I come back to thank you all for being such active participants, right? And graceful friends. And so I'll see you in about 50 minutes.
Are you trying to figure out how to communicate difficult issues with today's children? Race, emotions, fear, and civic unrest could all be at the top of your list. Well, we have the perfect children's book that can help you with those challenging conversations. Daddy, there's a noise outside. Research shows that today's children receive and process information at much younger ages. In a complicated world, it is important to be mindful on how we express our fears and model our behavior. The Daddy There's a Noise Outside read-along training video with Kenneth Braswell is an incredible tool for parents and to talk to children ages 5 through 11. In this interactive video, your children can learn directly from the author about race and protest. For more information on how you can obtain usage of this video for your children, class, or small group, visit www.gentlewarriorsacademy.com or call us at 770-804-9800.
It is no secret that policies and laws related to parenting have not served Georgia dads with the best of intentions. One of the biggest policy barriers in the state of Georgia for non-married dads is this issue of legitimation.
So I was in the car and I was like, dang, I should, what's the name of that program that my kid's father had taken? And the fatherhood program came on the radio.
I wasn't expecting to have the luxury of being in the program, really. What happened was I was telling her, constantly telling her how much problems I was having not seeing my daughter, not talking to her.
Fathers Incorporated believes that this is not only a critical issue for Georgia dads, but for our families and children as well.
Legitimation is the process, the legal process in the state of Georgia in particular, where a father and mother are not married and they have a child.
I didn't know what legitimization was at all until she until she introduced me to the program, and then Mr. Frank, of course, kind of explained everything about legitimization.
Finally, there is someone who cares, and we have figured out a way to help dads through the process of legitimation. Fathers Incorporated is now offering training, educational resources, and assistance in helping you understand and navigate the process. To learn more about our legitimation assistance program, visit www.fatherhoodisbrotherhood.com or call 770-804-9800. Hey, I wanted to break in before our next segment because I got this book in the mail. My daughter sent it to me, Tiara. She sent me a copy of Will Smith's book, Will. And I've had the book for a couple of days, but I actually ordered it on Audible because I'm such a book listener. I'm more a book listener than a book reader. But the reason that I'm bringing this book up, because we're having this conversation about fathers and mental health and self-care and stress and depression. And let me be honest with you, I don't endorse books a lot because that's just not the dude I am. And I'm also going to be transparent in I have not read the whole book yet. I've only gotten through the first chapter and a half. And let me tell you something. Mr. Will Smith, telling your story the way you told your story about your dad in chapter number 1 is not only incredible, but therapeutic in ways that you probably will never understand. I think this first chapter rivals the scene in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when Ben Vereen played your dad in an episode that is probably one of the most shared segments of cinema to talk about this issue of fatherlessness and its associated pains and emotions. But my goodness, for those of you who do not know Will Smith's story and the story of him and his dad, this first chapter, if I never read another chapter in this book, this was enough to feed me for a long time, that first chapter. To be able to equally express your level of both animosity and admiration at the same time is just incredible. It's just incredible. And so if you have not gotten a chance and you're really into this work that we do, And it's even more special to me because my daughter Tiara sent me this book, because she's the child in my life that I got this whole thing wrong with. I was young and I was dumb, and all of those things that we see in many of our dads that come through our doors today. She was actually the focal point in my own book, When the Tear Won't Fall. She was the person that I was most scared to read this book about my life. That spoke a lot about her in my book, One Man's Journey Through the Intimate Struggles of Manhood and Fatherhood. And so the fact that she thought enough of me to share this story with me, understanding my own backdrop and my own story, touches me in ways that you can't even begin to comprehend. So if you get a chance, I love to do I wish I could just do a book chapter club, right? I don't want to do a book on a story on the whole book, because I know there's some other stuff in there that I'm really not ready to, hear or deal with. But that first thing, Mr. Will Smith, you knocked it out the park, bro. Thank you so much. Let me get you back to the work, but I just wanted to take that small pause for the cause and talk to you about this relevant book as it relates to a young black man and his relationship, all of his relationships, but the relationship in particular that I'm talking about today is his relationship with his dad. So back to the Blueprint 2. See you in a few.
Well, thank you so much for joining us again for this segment in the Blueprint 2. My name is Lawrence Wilburn. I'm the Director for Program and Business Development for Fathers Incorporated. And I am here with two esteemed guests that are going to help me talk about Black men, mental health, and community resources that are available to us, I should say. Our guest today, we have the founder of the Confess Project, Lorenzo Lewis. Lorenzo uses a moniker, a philosophy, if you will, that has transformed his life. And it says, turn your pain into purpose. And so he's a social entrepreneur, and he's had decades of experience of behavioral health, which led him to start the Confess Project, which is a unique program in itself. And I'll let him just describe that in just a minute, because I don't want to steal his thunder. Secondly, we have who's no stranger to Fathers Incorporated and into the world, I should say. We have Dr. Jeff Gardier, who's known as the America's Psychologist. And so Dr. Jeff will be joining us and sharing from his experience. He's a board-certified clinical psychologist, assistant professor and course director of behavioral medicine, cultural competency and behavior and public health at Touro College. I hope I said that correctly. And he is a native of Brooklyn. I didn't get where Lorenzo's from, but I'm sure he can kind of share where he's from when he takes the floor. But I hope you all enjoy this healthy dialogue, because one of the things we realize is that if we're not having these conversations, no one's having these conversations. And so I'm glad that these two men are here with us who are well capable of spending time with us and giving us insight on what we need to do to make sure that we're mentally well. So at this time, we're going to ask if Lorenzo will come off mute and actually just share with us a little bit about the work that you're doing, and then let's talk a little bit about what the Confess Project is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm really glad to be here. Thanks again, Lawrence and Dr. Gardier. I really appreciate the opportunity to meet with you, to learn from you as well. I'm a native of Little Rock. So deep South guy, of Arkansas. And so I'm really excited to always share about not only the work that we do, but why it's really important to myself and why I think it's really changing the lives of many Black men across the United States in this moment. I always explain the story that my life started in a prison. My mother was incarcerated when I was born. And that in itself really, I like to think, set me up for a lot of challenges later on. When you think about poverty, when you think about lack of education, lack of generational wealth, a lot of those components really set me up to have the challenges that I faced. And so I faced incarceration also at the age of 17, being involved in gangs, street violence, the list goes on and on. And so in that moment, the judge gave me a second shot at life. I promised her that I would never return and that I would spend the rest of my life serving. And so years after my release, I went to work at a juvenile detention center. And then that led me to working in the mental health industry, particularly as, doing case management and direct service work. That work really inspired me because I was able to see another side of myself that I didn't think was ever possible. And so serving those patients, clients, children, families from the age of 5 to 65 really inspired me to do the work that I do now. And so that commitment allowed us to birth the Confess Project, which is America's first mental health barbershop movement, in which we train barbers to be mental health advocates. I was really inspired by the idea because as a kid, my aunt who took care of me allowed me to come to the beauty shop every day. And that's really where I felt like I got the grooming, the nurturing connection, was also meeting my first mentor who was a barber there in the shop. Roughly about 45 stations there, located here at a very busy intersection here in the Metro Little Rock area. And it really was just a game changer, right? And so connecting that to my lived experiences, my professional experiences, I knew in fact someone who was diagnosed with clinical depression, come from a family line of folks with HIV, substance abuse use, and incarceration, that I knew in fact that we could really change this work by the childhood experience that I had in the beauty salon. And so that's how the Confess Project started. By having a relationship, it allowed us to now train over 600 barbers in 35 cities to be mental health advocates. And it's simple as that, what? Being an advocate, being a great listener. So our curriculum entails active listening, validation, communication, and how to reduce stigma. This work has been validated not only by Harvard University, but it's really been validated by the men that are serving countless clients, over 100 a month, through their chairs of just listening and giving our community resources. We link every barbershop with a clinical therapist in the local area. We have a therapist directory. We also host focus groups every month to connect those men to promising ways of bettering themselves, their families. Our work is also tied into supporting the families, the backbone of parenting through barbershops. We really feel like Dr. King's message of unifying our communities truly have to start with village care. So the village care work that we do in our barbershops have really become a phenomenon. And I think the work is continuing to go forward. And so that's a little bit about me, why I was inspired. I was truly inspired by my own pain that I faced, a generational line of trauma that went through my family, and a little bit of professional experience that I was able to gaze. But I saw such a gap in the industry. And let's be mindful, because I never became a clinician. I think I was able to see a little bit more in depth for someone who went through recovery in addition to serving the patient population. So I think that's where I really, a lot of people say, where did the genius lie? I think that's where it lied. It lied between, the pain to understanding the purpose in this. And so I think that's the connection of how I've been able to be a part of this work. And I know this work is happening abroad, across the United States, internationally as well. And we want to recognize those folks that are putting in tireless hours of supporting our Black men across barbershops and doing a lot of health-driven work. That's a little bit of, in context, what drives us is knowing that our innovation can eventually be shared through evidence-based science is what we're working through now, and to seeing that this can be a standard, across the country. So we're really grateful for our partnerships, governmental partnerships, foundation partnerships that will allow us to see that through. And other than that, I think we're in a bigger fight for asking more people to join the fight to seeing how we can all change the world together and do beautiful things. So really excited to be here. Would love to just learn more about what Dr. Gardier's his contributions, as we know, is really great, and what Fathers Incorporated is doing with Black men. I know through barbershops and with children. We truly respect their work, and a very great respect, because you all have really laid the groundwork for the work that we do very prematurely just over the last 5 years. So again, really grateful to be here.
Oh man, thank you so much. That you shared a lot of information today, and really, I'm over here taking notes, and so I'm excited about the work you're doing, and so grateful that one of the things you said that has stuck out to me, and is I can't get rid of it out of my head, is turning your pain into purpose, and being able to have your lived experience and the things that you dealt with move you to this place where you're now in a place where you're now advocating and helping others that may also be in the same place. So thank you for sharing that. I'm looking forward to getting more acquainted as we go further into our conversation. Dr. Jeff, if you can come off mute and let's talk a little bit about the work that you're doing or that you've done, that you're doing, and kind of set the groundwork of who you are for our viewers.
Well, first of all, I want to say to Lorenzo, God bless you, brother, and thank you for what you're doing for smashing the stigma around addressing mental health issues and talking about the things that in many ways have been so painful for us, turning that pain into purpose. I think, just like you said, Lawrence, I think that is absolutely, that is more than a moniker, that is in many ways a mantra that I think a lot of us need to follow. So I thank you for that. I also thank you, Lorenzo, because you are bringing up a new generation who is dealing with mental health as something that is vital and that we need to talk about. This is back when I was coming up, back in the day, we just didn't talk about these things. And to be a psychologist, really you worked in an area that was at times very lonely, because when I started working with people of color, there were not many folks who wanted to pursue therapy, who wanted to talk about some of these issues. We looked at it from a larger, more of a macro kind of level as to what racism was doing to our mental health, what it was doing to our bodies, how it was really killing us. So the actual one-on-one therapy, and in the case of the barbershop work that you're doing, where you have these trained individuals who are listening to these folks and directing them in a way that is positive, I think is fantastic. In many ways, it is kind of a new therapy, and I know you don't call it therapy, which is great, because you're calling it what it is. It's being there to be a near, to coach others, and so on. And I wish we had that when I was coming up, because then we would have gotten more people into therapy. And I would think, Lorenzo, that's probably a stepping stone for a lot of the folks to go from the barber chair into the therapist chair, if it takes, if they go in that direction. So thank you for that. I've been doing this work, I don't know, since 1978, a long time. And I began doing that work in therapy offices. I began doing that work as a clinical psychologist on TV, on early shows, and so on, where a lot of people, Lawrence, were very upset that a psychologist, a licensed psychologist, would do that, that kind of work. As we know now, this is a way to be able to appeal to the masses. So I'm very proud of doing that work. These days, more than anything else, I'm teaching medical school. You talked about Touro. I work at Touro College of Osteopathic Medicine as an associate professor and course director, teaching behavioral medicine to medical students, to pharmacy students, working with a PA program soon at Turo, working across different campuses. So, you know, a lot to carry, but I'm very proud of that work, because basically what we're doing is we're training these future physicians to be more culturally sensitive and more culturally competent. If we can do that, if we can get more people of color into the medical schools, if we can talk to more of the students who are not just of color, but who are white students and international students about cultural competence, you know, slowly but surely we can begin, you know, erasing a lot of the health disparities that have put us more at risk for COVID-19 and all sorts of other health issues. So it's going to take a multi-pronged sort of approach to be able to eventually get people of color and all people, but in this case, people of color, to a place psychologically where they can be strong, where they can address their issues. So in many ways, Lorenzo, you know, I really feel that, you know, we are brothers in what we're doing, and I would like for us to continue doing that work and have more of intersectionality of that work, and something we can definitely talk about at some point. And where's the TV show? Right? Therapeutic barbershop. Don't get me started.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, I think, Dr. Gardier, I think the opportunities that we really, you know, let's be frank about it. You know, we started this work by we simply laid into storytelling. You know, we took the art of storytelling and we were able to really meet our brothers and sisters where they were. You know, as we know, our sisters are stylists, barber stylists in the shops. We have children and single mothers and fathers, etc. So we were able to use the art of storytelling, knowing that we have come from these similar conditions, right? We know what it feels like to, you know, to go to church and to know that was maybe our only outlet when in fact it wasn't, right? You know, to know that there was therapy and other things outside of that. In fact, to know that when somebody dies, you know, that grief is a real thing, that it takes time to process grief, and going to counseling, you know, for the way that you was treated as a child, or the way that you was verbally abused or physically abused. And so, you know, I think that our brothers and sisters really understood that colloquialism, and those that, you know, felt a sense of comfort knowing that, you know, we were speaking from experience. Yes. And so I think that's what's been able to, so now we're sharing that this is the art of how we started this movement. And this is also how we have to continue it, you know, because it doesn't stop with, you know, what we've started is now something that should be passed along to others. That's the work that you've been able to do historically for, you know, 30 plus years. And so I think that, you know, that's what we're hoping to inspire. Again, as you said, a younger generation. You know, we train at barber schools, and, you know, we work with, so we're talking about young people that are also even coming out of prison. We work with co-op programs that young Black men are getting out of jail, and this is their only way to get into employment, knowing in the barbering industry, that's an industry they can go in and have ownership and make cash flow. And so I think we're on the front lines of reaching, obviously, a group of people we know that's very hard to reach, and getting them into getting the help that they deserve. But I think doing it at a level that they can understand it. And I think that's what really matters. And what's so exciting is I get to link up with great people like yourself, and figure out how do we match that grassroots organizing mechanism with the science, with the medical side of how do we integrate that? How do we, like I said, how do we create the intersectionality where it becomes a ripple effect, you know, long term? And so that's the work that I'm really inspired by, you know, my public health folks and my folks in the medical field, and, you know, clinicians, because I believe that we're going to need them, obviously, to help connect what we're trying to do. Because we're simply just, again, we're building the efficacy. We're making sure that our quality control and that our work is really centered in compassion and love. But,
so let me ask you this: how many barbershops are you in right now where you have trained barbers in listening skills?
Oh, wow. So 600 barbers, 35 cities, we're probably roughly over, I would say well over 40, 50 shops. I mean, we're talking, some of these shops have a minimum of 4 barbers to 10 barbers, depending on chairs. This is also including barber schools. So we probably got over 10 to 12 barber schools. That's spanning from Mississippi through the East Coast, through Compton, in Atlanta. Obviously we have our core work is really done in Atlanta and done in California and done here in Arkansas. And so we also work in other metro cities like Boston, New York. We are in partnership with folks like Gillette. So we do a lot of work also on the East Coast between Jersey, New York, and Boston, the greater Boston area. But yeah, around that number, I had to really go back and really count that, but roughly definitely over 40, 50 shops. Definitely did the math, about 10 to 12 schools. We also have, we have a lot of barbers that come by way that train online with us through a self-paced course. And so some of those guys just come in, so yeah, to answer your question, somewhere around those numbers, to give you an idea of kind of the brick and mortar setup and how this actually set up.
So I had a question. So thank you both for kind of sharing a little bit of the work that, or a lot of some have been a little extensive. So that's good. That's going to lead me right into my question. So based on your professional experience, what are you all hearing out there in community when you're around this idea of mental health? What are some of the things that are happening that's causing, I'm gonna use Black men because that's what we're talking about today, Black men to begin to start feeling like they need to start having this conversation around their mental health? Dr. Jeff, what are you hearing out there right now? What's the pulse of the community?
Well, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, obviously, is that there is an assault against people of color since the pandemic. With regard to how the world is being turned upside down, and we see voter suppression is starting to happen in some particular states. And just because you see it in some particular states, it doesn't mean that it's only happening there. This is a ripple effect that we're seeing from the pandemic. That we're having more poverty, more racism, more white supremacy, and all of those things are impacting people of color. They know that things have kind of they've slid backwards, if you will. People feel very, very unsafe. People of color feel very unsafe in this particular environment. LGBTQ plus of color. Transgender women of color, transgender men of color, feeling very, very unsafe. And so that's part of what, that continued threat as to what can happen to them, whether they get into a car and have a confrontation with a police officer that is not deserved, or whether, it's someone hurling insults at them. We've seen what's happened to Asian Americans, 137% increase in hate crimes against them because of the politics out there of trying to blame people for what's happened in the pandemic. We've seen what's happened in some states where they've tried to blame people of color for not being vaccinated. So these are some of the things that I think that are causing a lot of stress for individuals. Of course, we know that the suicide rates have gone through the roof for Black men, young Black men. We see that it's dramatically increased for Black
young Black women. And a lot of that we feel has to do with generational racism and trauma, but a lot of that being in neighborhoods where they do not feel safe. Where they either are direct victims of violence, gun violence, or they're witnessing that gun violence, and it's putting them in a place where they are developing post-traumatic stress disorders and so on. So those are the things that I believe are really starting to push people, and I'm glad that they're coming either to the barbershops or to my office or to the emergency rooms or wherever they have to go to address their mental health issues.
Absolutely. You know, this is, this topic is dear to me because I've always been that person that championed the need for mental health services. I've always been that person. But as I think you said earlier, Dr. Jeff, just as the Confess Project, we're now removing the stigma of black men, Black people in general, but Black men looking for that needed help. And that leads me to my next question. You mentioned a lot there in your answer around the pandemic, around the social injustices. Lorenzo, when you're training these barbers in the barbershop, from a clinical standpoint, Dr. Jeff shared what he's hearing. Are you all hearing the same things? Are you all hearing some of the same things that are causing the need for these type of services for Black men?
Absolutely. No, I think Dr. Jeff couldn't have said it any better. What I also hear more than anything, and I think a lot of this is, it's a sense of comfort and relationships, and I think also connection to a majority field of white professionals in the mental health space. And so I think what we hear a lot is, well, I'm not comfortable, or I'm not, talking with a, what they say, a shrink, right? Or I'm not crazy. I'm not, and a lot of it is their financial means is more important than their health. And so, the instant gratification of social media and technology and validation externally with the public and with their peers, and that has actually become a phenomenon that I think we have to address during our work around why it's important to center your mental health, because if you do not, you will lose this barbershop, right? Like, you will lose clients. In fact, you will be underemployed, if not unemployed. You will not be a business owner any longer. So we've had to, we're doing very hygienic steps, right, around going to get, simple help around their well-being, going to address relationships from being a child, with their mother, and why they can't trust their wives or trust other Black women or whatever the case may be. I'm talking about real, what we may think, to us, to myself rather, is, oh, that's something easy to do. But to these guys, it's not an easy task. So we have a lot of, that's why we say stigma reduction work, because we're trying to remove stigma before we actually escalate them to getting help, because some of these folks, again, they don't even go and get, their blood pressure checked, right? They don't even go to the doctor by means going to see a therapist at a brick and mortar with a couch. And so, some of our research work, and I think long term, as my visionary mindset, I always think, how do we kind of turn this industry to intersecting, like Dr. Jeff said earlier, to a therapeutic barbershop, whether that's validated through, our healthcare system some kind of way. Because in our data, we noticed that 90% of the barbers stated they rather have that help in the shop rather than going to get it at a clinic. So,
and isn't that fascinating though, when you really think about it, right? So you're putting, Lorenzo, and Lawrence, Lorenzo is putting out these frontline workers who are asking questions as to, what it is that, these, they're customers are experiencing, you know, what are the red flags, you know, that would engender more discussion, what are the referrals they can give them. So I mean, you think about it, I mean, it's, you know, you use the word visionary, and this is a visionary thing that you have put together, Lorenzo. I mean, I'm really just blown away by this. You know, we're talking about people going in who are getting groomed, who are, you know, getting a haircut, but as they're getting that haircut, you know, their beards taken care of, whatever the case may be, you're going in deeper into what's going into that person's, you know, what's going on in that person's head. So you're clearing the way in many ways to be able to get into what is going on, how you introduce them to the therapeutic process. So that's one thing which is really fascinating, because you have all these foot soldiers out here who are addressing all of these mental health issues and making these individuals more comfortable about addressing their lives. But then think about it financially. What are you doing for these barber shops and for these barbers? Talk about customer satisfaction. Talk about, you know what, I want to go in and get a haircut or go in and get a trim or whatever the case may be, because not only do I get this haircut or a shape up or whatever it is, right? But then I also get a chance to talk. I get a chance to get someone to listen to me. Maybe the person in the next chair, now we got a little group therapy thing going on, because the barbers are actually directing it and keeping it therapeutic. And the barbers don't even have to use that term therapeutic, but it is therapeutic what's going on. And so, you know, it is such a healing, an invisible healing force that is going on in these barber shops, that's going on in the beauty shops. You know, now the question is, Lorenzo, where do you then, which industry do you go into next? Do you go into the bartenders? Do you go into, you know, people where anyone has to share some time with someone should be trained in seeing the red flags, in making referrals, in looking for keywords to engage them in discussion in something therapeutic. It's absolutely brilliant. When you go to Wall Street, I'm in, I'm buying. I just think it's, I'm just amazed by all of it. I really am.
It's absolutely. It's one of those community resources, and I want to kind of lead us into that. It's one of those community resources that a lot of folks are not aware of yet. And I think, Lorenzo, to Dr. Just's point, I think the resources that you're bringing through the Confess Project is going to be known by much more folks before it's said and done with. So speaking of those community resources, what other community resources are out there for individuals that you all can kind of, you know, share with folks that are viewing? If, you know, we know the Confess Project is doing that work in the barbershop, where else can folks get help to kind of deal with and address their mental well-being?
Listen, I'll tell you, there are many, many services that are out there. I'm actually working with a company out of Texas called My Telemedicine, and we're offering therapy services to folks online. It's so easy, but I can tell you that you know, there are many other services that it's so easy to get online. I want you to come to My Telemedicine, but it's easy to get online and do that. There is, in addition to that, we are seeing now the pharmacies are actually going to start having therapy services available. Some of the big box stores are going to have to start, are having therapists working out of the place. Can you imagine? Talk about one-stop shopping. You can go buy underwear, and at the same time, you know, the old underwear song, "You've Changed." You've changed. You've lost that sparkle in your eye. But, you can, go out shopping for whatever it is you need to get and then stop in and see a therapist. So, what I really see is what the Confess Project has done. They've brought it to the masses, but, we can see that now mental health is so huge. There isn't any place that you can't go at this point to get services. And so, it's just doing your research and getting out there, but you can find services in many, many different places, including a lot of your inner city community mental health programs too.
Nice. Thank you.
Absolutely. And if I could share as well, Lauren, I think what a few kind of community resources that may be available. There's an organization they're based out of California, but they do work nationally, training work around like a healing justice framework called BEAM, Black Emotional Mental Health Collective, led by founder Yolel Akili. And they do a lot of work around supporting, Black folks, Black men, with like yoga and like, access to therapists. They do a lot of like literacy work. So like they do a lot of kind of digital literacy work around helping people to process their feelings and emotions, like, acronyms like, how they feel, but how they can like process through these things, and using social media to its benefit to really reaching folks, speaking to their level. I also even supporting like single mothers with children that have mental illnesses, have a mental illness disorder. So like those are, I think really standout things that I've seen, very unique scholarships and a whole lot of other things, doing work and helping supporting Black folks that are coming out of the psychiatric institutes, on the ground. So that's one organization I think that's doing some courageous work. Also, I want to speak to an organization out of Philadelphia. And I think they're looking to kind of figure out some national opportunities as well as Black Men Heal, that I know do see Black men for free therapy appointments. And so I don't know their process of how clinicians are aligned, but I do know they typically have a wait list. But I think they can get up to like 5 to 6 therapy appointments. And so that's one group. You have it's a few others out there that I know that's, and I know Beam support our LGBTQ plus communities as well. I know Black Men Heal does also. So these are just some community-led organizations that I think folks can reach out. I also know they're in the heart of Atlanta. Silence the Shame is doing a lot of great work around mental health resources. I know we're looking to possibly work with them in the future. They're really building a collaborative, even working more with Fathers Incorporated around how we can connect to. I know one of our next moves is to bring in we're invested in Atlanta so much. We want to bring in a local, possibly looking at our local leadership being placed there, because we've just gotten so much tremendous support from organizations, partnerships in Atlanta. It's a high need for the work there. I also think that's going to be where we can really show the world we can do national work from Atlanta because of the high volume of Black men that are in the city. So we're really committed. I just wanted to be specific, beyond how we are nationally, but we're really, looking to work with DBHDD on opportunities of how we can make this an evidence-based model, how it can scale nationally and even internationally. Like Dr. Jeff was saying, at some point we can, figuring out unique ways of supporting coaches, bartenders, tattoo artists, whatever that may look like, right? Because these are the folks I believe naturally when I was out, didn't know anywhere to go. I was going to the OG down the street, the drug dealer, that stayed 3 blocks over. I was talking with them, the barber, the basketball player that was popular. That I didn't, that's who I went to. I had a hard time. What you think I need to do? And they didn't have the most, advantageous clinical advice sometimes. But these people could very well be, if they're in a position of the recovery, they can very well have advantageous advice to help these young men not go out and commit a crime, not take their life by suicide. Like, I know it can happen because I can remember being a part of that. And so that's, that's a whole long vision to think through, but that's very much possible. I feel very much possible.
Absolutely. And I think, both have offered some wonderful resources for our viewers. I would just encourage folks as they're looking for places to connect. As Dr. Jeff said, do your research. It's out there more than ever now. Opportunities and access to is out there more than ever. So as we wrap up, I need just to let people know how they can get in contact with you. How can people find you, Dr. Jeff? How can they find you? And then after Dr. Jeff Lorenzo, how can they find you if they want to stay in contact?
Sure, they can simply go to drjeffgardier.com, DRJEFF Gardier, GARDERE.com, or just go on to Google. You'll find me.
You'll find it. Thank you. What about you, Lorenzo?
Absolutely. No. We can be found at theconfessproject.com. Also connect with me personally, LorenzoPLewis.com, but theconfessproject.com can really help support any of our clinicians and therapists that want to get engaged, and being a part of the network that we're building. Barbers that want to be engaged definitely can be found there on our forum, to seeing how we can build support.
Absolutely. Well, listen, brothers, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for being a part of the Blueprint, and thank you for being such great leaders in your own right and helping to destigmatize, Dr. Jeff Oba said that correctly, this whole idea around mental health. You are champions, and we celebrate you for what you're doing. Again, everybody, I'm Lawrence Wilburn. I'm the Director for Program and Business Development for Fathers Incorporated. You've been now hit by the Blueprint 2 with our conversation with Dr. Jeff Gardier and Lorenzo Lewis with the Confess Project on Black men, mental health, and community resources. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to connecting with you soon. Thank you.
Pittsburgh Yards is an impressive new addition in Southwest Atlanta. It houses the offices of Fathers Incorporated. Inside, a group of dads are enjoying a special fellowship.
We're trying to create a space where brothers can do that, where we can build, we can have these conversations, we can laugh, we can cry, we can celebrate children's birthdays together. But more than anything, to your point, is to build on our common ground and commonalities.
Talk to your brother that got kids.
The program's theme is Fatherhood is Brotherhood.
For 2 hours every week or 4 hours every week.
Kenneth Braswell is the CEO of Fathers Incorporated. He developed a curriculum filled with resources and support.
We need to have somebody else to lean on, whether it's somebody younger, somebody our same age, a peer, or most definitely wisdom from someone older. And so the concept of fatherhood is brotherhood is to convey that message.
The goal for 2021 is to serve 100 fathers ages 18 to 40, packing their toolboxes with job skills, networking, and assistance with navigating legal matters.
They don't understand the system, and so because they don't understand the system, we do what men do, which is flee. And our message is don't flee, because that's just going to get you in more trouble.
COVID-19 has had an impact here too. Michael Paul had to close his business. That put a strain on his relationship with his family.
Myself, I started late, and my oldest child's only 17. I have a 5 and a 2-year-old, but I'm 54. I'm more in a grandfather's age range, but I'm learning how to be a father at this age.
Jarrell Bike's Royal Roots Barbershop is in South Metro Atlanta. It was Fathers Incorporated's Real Dads Read program that brought him on board. He hopes that having children's books in the barbershop will encourage reading, bolstering community literacy.
Every city in this country needs a group of men that are coming together in the name of fatherhood, in the name of empowering ourselves, our children, our families, so that we can build better communities. You know, the family is the backbone of the community, and if we don't have our families in good health, then our communities can't be in good health.
On this Friday, a handful of participants were honored for reaching a program milestone. They're already looking ahead to the next stage.
We're proud of these 5 guys who have gone through. We have not had one absence. They've been at every one, both virtual and in-house. They're enthusiastic. They've already asked me, you know, how do we keep this thing going?
Is fatherhood truly a brotherhood?
Absolutely. It certainly is a brotherhood. I think that it's the best job that I've ever had, and I think that most men would agree.
Definitely, for sure. Fatherhood is definitely a brotherhood. Yeah. One of the many brotherhoods I am a part of, and one of the most important brotherhoods that I'm a part of.
And that's keeping ATL strong.
Wow, Dr. Jeff Gardia and Mr. Lorenzo White, along with our moderator, Mr. Lawrence Wilbon, talking about black men and self-care, just writing down some notes, listening to those brothers talk about the work that they're doing. Dr. Jeff Gardia, who also serves on Fathers Incorporated's board, is always a great sounding board for us as it relates to how we develop our work and be mindful, you know, of the mental health side of the work that we do. But we want to thank them. Please make sure that you go to the evaluations, fill out those evaluation forms. This has been a great day. We are so excited about this work, diving back in. Again, I told you before that we are relaunching our Code Blue campaign, where we're going to begin to do some very intentional work around mental health and the dads that we serve. We thank our partner, Redefine Ed, who is always a resource for the work that we're doing, as well as Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association, who we received a grant from to continue the work that we're doing with a project we call Men's Den. It is a monthly support group that we run online with dads, and you can be from across the country, here in Atlanta, it doesn't matter. But that group is growing. More and more dads are coming into that space each and every month just to talk, just to relate, just to connect, just to feel comfortable in a space where they could be vulnerable and also gleam on the experiences of other dads who may be going through some of the same things that they're going through, or may have overcome those things and are able to share things with these dads that will allow them to be the best fathers they want to be. And so, again, thank you. We want to thank all of our speakers today, from Dorsey Levens to Melinda Pillow, Genghis Shakan, Dr. Shalonda Smith, Shadiqua Reynolds, as well as Sean Dove and Anthony Smith and Dr. Latrice Rollins, Dr. Jeff Gardia, Lorenzo Wright. Want to thank my good brother Lawrence Wilbon for serving as moderator throughout this, and everyone else who has played any role in pulling this together. Thank you for supporting another Fathers Incorporated event. I'm not sure what's coming up next. We got a lot of stuff on our plate now, a lot of stuff that we're doing specifically here in Atlanta and around the country, but we're doing a lot of direct service work here in Atlanta. You can expect to see us to dig a little deeper into this issue of legitimation. If you can support, if you would like to know more, there's all kinds of ways that you can connect with us. You can email us at info@fathersincorporated.com. You can give us a call at 770-804-9800. You can catch us on our Facebook page, our LinkedIn page, our Instagram page, our Twitter page, our TikTok page, even though we're not really moving that yet. We're still trying to figure out how to talk to these young people, how to get into their space. And so we are grateful. We are thankful. This will live on our YouTube page. When we send out our thank you email, we'll send out the links again to all of the evaluations, as well as the links to all of the recorded sessions, separately and in whole, because you may not want to watch the entire thing to see the segment that you missed. And so we chop them up so that you're able to see them individually. And so we will be sending out those links as well in our thank you and follow-up email. Thank you once again. My name is Kenneth Braswell. I'm the CEO of Fathers Incorporated, and it has been, as our friend Don Cornelius used to say, a stone gas. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. Love you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Until next time, be blessed. Take care.